Tarrerdome and Wolfie out this piece.
Bang, bang on a gang, baby.
We get ready to give it to you in 12 seconds. You're on the Tarrerdome. What's up, everyone out there in TV land? I have a special guest with me today, my man Wolfie. We've been trying to hook this one up since they was wearing suede Pumas and Adidas sweatsuits and everything. This is my guy, Wolfie. Y'all give him an incredible Tarrerdome welcome to the show. Wolfie, what it is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, man. I'm fantastic, man. Thank you for having me on. I'm glad. Yeah, man. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for finally we got it going, worked it out. This has been like weeks. You know, I joined your show not too long, like maybe 3 weeks ago, whatever. It was like a sudden just join, but this is actually like planned. Just like this is our show, man. We're gonna do it. We're gonna rock and roll. Thank you for having me on, man. You're awesome. People are watching over on my channel. Be sure to go over Tarrerdome, like him, subscribe. He's awesome. Does excellent draft content, excellent 49ers content. He is dummin'.
And Wolfie, I echo the sentiment to you, man. I've been on your show. Maybe I think once. I'm usually in the chat, just chatting it up, and you always show me so much respect and man, your fire and your passion. That mock draft you did the other night, I was at work and I was crying, laughing when you were in that grinding and you were looking for Membo. If Membo was coming, and I think Atlanta got him before you, and you said, "You bitch."
Yeah, the Jets swooped in there, and yeah, man. I can't remember. I know exactly. It was Atlanta, and I want to say. Oh, there was Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia. I wanted him.
Wilson, that was it.
Swooped in like right before the 60th pick when I traded back, and yeah, I was really upset because I was like, "Dude, that's we need that so bad."
And it happens, man. I really think last year, Wolf, if we go back, I think we were looking at Bumgardner or something like that as a Washington.
Rosengarten, the right tackle.
Rosengarten, was that what his name is?
He went to Baltimore Ravens.
Just before us. And we had traded with Baltimore, and I think that pressed us to get Ricky Pearsall because they had went and looked at Rosengartner. They had been up there to visit him, and I the story will be told one day, but I really think they were angling towards that, but these things happen, man. You just you're on the clock. They took your pick. You got to scramble up and say, all right, well, who was the next guy we was going to get? And I think that's what happened. I don't think we just went and said, Ricky Pearsall is where we're going, no matter what, But
I don't think so either. Well, in that draft where like it was like offensive linemen being taken because it was the guy from BYU, I think it could be BYU. I can't remember his name. There was a guy who's linked to the 49ers. Tyler Guyton was connected.
Yeah, Tyler Guyton.
He was connected, went to the Cowboys. We may have dodged a bullet there because he's looking like a little bit of a not doing so hot right over there.
Well, he didn't have very much experience. He wasn't
Well, like I always say, 1 year doesn't define you. Like you have, like what you do consistently defines you. Like Pearsall looks amazing, but I'm not going to crown him just yet. Like he still needs to put it together like consistently throughout years. 1 year doesn't define you. You're allowed to have one bad year, especially your rookie year.
When you got shot.
Yeah, and then Pearsall got shot. Yeah, for sure.
They shot the guy,
Yeah,
If anything, I'm looking at the glass half full with goat fuel, ladies and gentlemen. That's just regular sparkling water, but I gotta
between those.
I got to give him a little bit of props that hey, the man came back after he got shot. A lot of us don't get shot, and then hey, we don't come back the same old guy and produce. So I'm looking for bigger things from Ricky P, man, and I hope it all pans out. But resiliency and toughness is a trait that is often looked over when we're looking at draft choices. I see I studied back with Tom Brady, and one of the things they took as a detriment that, well, he got benched for the new kid. That wasn't that wasn't a detriment to him. That wasn't something pejorative. They should have looked at that as, how did he respond? How did he bounce back? And how did he keep on coming back? That's what they missed. And that's why he went 199th. And stuff like that factors into me. I see it. I see it like that.
Well, like for Tom Brady, it was really just like the people focus way too much on the arm strength. Like these are great things to have: arm strength, athleticism, and things of that nature. But quarterback is a position of mentals and football IQ and your ability to anticipate. That's really what defines you as a great quarterback. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady,
repeatable skill. That's why I think you're with me as well. This kid Brock Purdy is my dude, man. He's resilient. He's tough. He's Kaiser Sose in The Usual Suspects. It don't look like he's supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to have a big guy. He's supposed to have a big arm and look swashbuckling, and stuff like that. And he don't look the part. But I just read a stat this I think it's a couple days ago. Shout out to my main Collie Young. He sent me, in downfield go routes, the number one quarterback in the National Football League for 2 years straight is Brock Purdy. It's just amazing. It's another Kaiser Sose. This murder shouldn't have happened here. It must have been a man 6'5", 295 pounds, but here's Kevin Spacey just walking along. You never see me.
Right, a little deceptive, but my first glance with Brock Purdy for sure. When it comes to Brock Purdy, I'm gonna ask you this question as well. When I first fell in love with Brock Purdy, it wasn't like I was like, oh, that's kind of neat what he did against Miami Dolphins. Okay, it's not bad. Against Tampa, I was like, oh, that's pretty darn good. But it wasn't until I was like, okay, this guy's actually pretty good. This guy actually might be good. But I didn't fall in love with him until he beat the Seattle Seahawks and the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs. And I was like, okay, this guy's a playoff quarterback. He's looking phenomenal. He just came into the offense. He knows what he's doing. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to crown him yet, but I think we got ourselves a starting quarterback here. Cheap and everything. And then it wasn't until like week 5 of 2023 season that I was absolutely sold. Like I was in love, and I was like, this guy needs to be our quarterback of the future. He's got the best passer rating at the time. In like week through 5 weeks, he had the best passer rating of all time. It was like 123 or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, we need to keep this guy forever. I love this guy. I'm going to defend him till the end of time now. And it wasn't until that moment that I put my foot down and argued with people, debated with people. Because before then, I was like,
the jury's still out. We'll see. Yeah.
So when
maybe, this could be a little bit of luck or something, but
So when did you fall in love with him? Like when was your like you liked him and then like you instantly were like, I'm going to defend this guy as our starting quarterback?
When he went 28 unanswered in his first start against the GOAT.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I think we miss a lot on the context of the day when it was happening, but this is Tom Brady, the greatest that ever did it, returning back to San Mateo, California, where he's from. And I know kind of intimately, I've been, my cousin played pro ball. You know what it is to come back home and to get those tickets for everybody. It's like you're a Super Bowl. It's the homecoming because Tom hadn't played in San Francisco in a while. He grew up a Niners fan. His dad was a season ticket holder. I've studied Tom top to bottom. And this dude said, well, I know it's supposed to be Tom Brady Day and it's a sellout here. They didn't come to see me, but I'm going 28 unanswered on this mug and they're going to be screaming, Purdy, Purdy, Purdy. I was like, I'm pretty sure we got somebody here. We got a gamer. We got a gamer here. You know,
no doubt.
And they usually kill rookie quarter. The pressure usually just, and maybe it's because the kid was just so young he ain't realize he ain't supposed to do this yet. You know,
yeah,
so it does happen.
Yeah, there was like other, it was like the confidence, the like you said, the pressure doesn't get any more. Like that's what matters. Like the press, people think like it's just a regular season game. Tom Brady's older. There was no real pressure, as in like the playoff scenario. I guess I don't know if at the time we were doing really well, and I think
we were
like
doing pretty good.
There was a pressure of like, can this guy take us to the playoffs still? Can we even make the playoff? Now I remember it was like, hey. Or GBG's out, so we're screwed. It's over. It's done. So there's the pressure of like you. Okay, can you do it? But there was also no pressure at all because no one was expecting him to take off. So it's kind of double.
Yeah, he's Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, if you get out there and wet the bed, man, it's okay. You're Mr. Irrelevant. You weren't supposed to make the team. So he's
but
like,
when you get. Yeah, but when you get starstruck like you do with like Tom Brady being on the other side and stuff, like I have to compete with this guy, and especially I think for for Brock Purdy himself, the pressure was I get one chance to prove myself. This is my one chance to do it, and it's against the GOAT. People will defend me against the Miami Dolphins because I was just thrown in there at the time, very little game plan. Just go out there and do it. This time you actually had a game plan. What can you do and stuff like that? He went out there and balled out. Like you said, 28-0. He did what he had to do. And like if he messed up, if he had a bad game, we probably never would have heard about Brock Purdy. Like at that point, it probably would have been like, okay, he's not that guy. He can't do it. No, he went out there and he dominated. He hit for a 7th round pick. You get really one chance to prove yourself. Like you don't get multiple shots, if that. So the pressure was there. Like as for the team itself, the expectation was like, okay, they're not making the playoffs. It don't matter. So that pressure wasn't there. But the pressure on Brock Purdy in his career was on the line, and it was against the GOAT. And he went out there and he dominated. So there was real pressure for Brock Purdy. And him to go out there and do what he did, absolutely phenomenal to do something like that. And then going to the playoffs, like a lot of people thought Seahawks were just going to beat us because like the playoffs are real. Brock Purdy's going to collapse.
Oh, yeah.
Against Dallas is going to happen. We were going to beat the Eagles. I'm telling you right now.
We were going to beat the Eagle. Debo knew it. Debo knew it in his heart. BA knew it in his heart. And we went up there the next year and showed them really what it is. That big hit by Diamador Lenore. And the guys came in there wearing black, and they knew they were a better team than that. And there's another feather in the cap. If it were all Shanahan and all the Avengers, and no matter who you throw in there, they can win. How did we get beat so bad when Brock Purdy got hurt in the NFC Championship? Mm-hmm. If it was that simple, and there's another bolsterment to my argument that if you could just throw anybody back there, how come Josh Jacobs, or what was his name? Josh Johnson didn't just go in there and whip it on up with CMC. He had everybody else, but it makes a difference. This kid's a difference maker. He is.
Without a doubt. And he had all the weapons. Had all the weapons. Josh Johnson did. Like it was ready to go. Everything was ready.
Everybody was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they lost their mind. Kyle said, I don't know what plays to call. Can you do this? Can you do that? You can't just throw anybody back there. You can't.
No, especially a journeyman who hasn't really exactly like proven himself. He's constantly just this backup guy. You can't expect a backup to win you playoff games. That's just utter fact. Like no one, like Nick Foles coming in doing what he did was unprecedented. It doesn't happen every day that your backup quarterback comes in and wins you playoff games, right?
Yeah.
I can't think of another backup situation where they gone in and just won a Super Bowl all the way through.
Well, back in the day, it was Jeff Hostetler for the New York Football Giants. He came in there in the 72 Dolphins. Brian Greasy's dad, Bob, broke his leg, and it was a backup quarterback who goes on and runs off those 17-0. I think he ran 10, maybe 12 games, and I think his name was Morrill. think it was Earl Morrall. But a backup can come in there and do it, but it is far between.
Yeah.
You just can't just throw anybody back there, no matter who the coach is. And they think, Kyle is this genius of football wellspring knowledge that he can figure out anything with any quarterback. And it's really not
You're
that.
really simplifying quarterbacking when you say something like that. Like, it's not as simple as like you can. Nobody is just. I don't think any great head coach, you could win a game, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe win a playoff game with the backup, but to actually go all the way up to the Super Bowl and win it all with nothing but a backup is very rare. It doesn't happen every single day.
It doesn't.
Every single year. And I think that if you were to say that, he should have won with Josh Johnson, who they got in like December 17th or something like that, if I remember the exact date when we signed him, especially somebody who wasn't able to prepare himself for the game, unlike Nick Foles, who had
he had some run up to it. Yeah. The kid went down.
Josh Johnson is one of the worst backup quarterbacks in like the league. I'm telling you right now. There's a reason why Josh Johnson was our fourth quarterback, right? It's just all his quarterbacks constantly got hurt, and he was the last option we have out there. It's not like it was like February when we picked up Josh Johnson in 2022. It was just like, in 2023 off season, but was it 2022? The 2022 off season. That's right. Yeah.
22
because that's when he got
off
hurt
season. He wasn't behind Brock the whole time like that. Brock was the third option in the 22 season. So we're thinking we were going through quarterbacks like big lighters. Trey Lance went down, and I'll throw that one away. And then you're trying to do it with Jimmy G. It's got a spark. It's going. It gets doused. You throw that one away, and then here's Brock. You got, bring us home, Brock. And it got danced. He danced, and his stats were better than Jimmy's.
Yeah, it's definitely where for sure. That was the shocking part, really, just how good he was right off the bat. Like there was learning curve, I guess, probably up until he got the start. Like obviously, like you had things to learn and stuff like that. But for him to just jump in at the Miami game and be able to be accurate with guys he's never thrown to, because he didn't get those first team reps. He didn't get those shots. He didn't start getting those.
He was scout Miami team.
And he was throwing dots, man, making great plays. But
in the Tampa game, they had some B-roll on the sideline, and he was carving up Tampa. And I remember D'Amico Ryan looking over at Fred Warner after a play, going like, "Ooh!" And Fred saying, "I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. He's been doing it to us all year. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised."
Well, it kind of goes back to what Judd York said about what Kyle Shanahan said to Judd York, saying, "Hey, I think our third string quarterback's our best quarterback," and he wasn't wrong. I mean, he was 100%. And a lot of people are saying like you should have gave Trey Lance a chance. And it's like, do you realize what you have to do, like the risk you're taking by saying we have to move on from our first round quarterback that we traded first round picks with, and telling the owner, who's responsible for still paying Trey Lance,
and
by the way,
that money,
and saying, you can't be on this team anymore because Brock Purdy is going to be our guy. Like, you don't understand the pressure of that, because if Brock Purdy actually turned out to be bad, I don't think Kyle would be on this team right now. I don't think Jed York would be able to put up with that.
He would have been gone really after you done burned up 2 first rounders and a couple of things. We basically funded the Miami Dolphins to eternity. They were able to get Keel, and Miami was really, really good, man. They were like 8-1 that year we played them, and most people were picking us to lose. Y'all gonna get smoked, man. Miami. They had Jalen Waddle, Tariq Hill on one side, another receiver here, Tua throwing, a good, solid defense, and they had to be solid. They cracked Jimmy G's foot open with, and they were blitzing and very, very active, man. They had some good ball over there, and we funded the whole thing. They were able to get those trades, bring in Bradley Chubb, who was a good ball player at Denver. They went and got everybody. They were loaded. And a good team.
No doubt.
So let me holler at some of the people in the chat, man. My chat make me go, man. And I just can click on my folks while I'm here. Red Jet Shell, good to see you this morning. Good morning, afternoon. Yeah, we were right at noon there, Red Jet, right at noon. We were afternoon delight. I usually at 10, but
I don't get up to like 8 now, man.
Like let me tell you, that's 7 in the morning to me.
Yeah, dude. Especially the daylight savings time change, man. I'm still reeling from it.
That 1 hour, right?
Yeah, dude. Everything I can't stop thinking about like when it's 11 o'clock at night. I'd be like, it should be 10. Like, what the hell is this? I get so upset about it. It's like I gotta stop. It's not like I've been doing it my whole life. You know?
They took my hour. I needed that hour. What's up, Tarrerdome? That's the 49ers 2025. Good to see you this morning. My main man, Silverado Kev. Just my dude here, man. Silverado Kev knows some D.
I appreciate Silverado.
Coach. Man, we kick it hard. I was with my main man, David McNiner, last night, man. Did we do it? No, we didn't do a mock draft last night. He's going to have mock draft Saturday, I believe. I'm going to be working Saturday, Friday night. But David McNiner is my guy, man, and he is my dude, right? Cali 24/7. What up, OG and Wolfie? Salute to everyone in the chat, man. This dude is musically gifted, and he's got his own podcast. Whenever you want to check out Sports Laugh and Chill, that's exactly what you will do on Sports Laugh and Chill. Put in a shameless plug for him. We both know this dude, Papa J in the building. What's up, Papa J? Papa J, man, he keep it going. He keep it crack-a-lacking. Bebop Jones, good to see you this morning. Go Niners. Good morning, TD Wolfie and the fellow faithful. Finger red number 1. That's it. I got that Tom Brady foam finger in here somewhere. I got it from Levi's or Candlestick, one of the two. Amen, amen. And I scroll down. Some more. Got Val B out here. Hi, Papa J. She hollering at Papa J. They all in there. My cousin right here, Ellison Burley, who is a Washington Commander fan, the recipient of Adam Peters. And yeah, they parlayed that all the way to a NFC championship. They doing a little bit better than we are. Good to see you, Ellison, man. Thanks for tuning in, man. And when y'all are ready for the 29th pick, I'll give you that too. All right. I hear you. All right. And then we got Val in the house. They hollering back.
Showing some love.
Let's get on with it, man. Let's do a mock draft. I'm gonna use PFF.
Okay.
PFF. Set the settings, and I'm gonna share my screen.
Should we be looking at Stephon Diggs as Bebop? I don't think so. Injury prone, diva. And you're trying to stay young. I think you got Demarcus Robinson. I think you're as a replacement for Ayuk, like a rental. I don't think it's someone you should pursue.
I seen on Twitter he was visiting somebody.
The Patriots, I think.
Patriots. That's where he was.
Yeah. Go there. Go over there. They could use it. They can use that. Call me a Stephon Diggs hater. I don't know, but I don't think if he was younger, maybe I'd be like, hey, let's take a shot at him. Not expensive contract, but he's coming off an ACL tear, I believe, right now at his age. Diva, we already have Pearsall, Juan, Kittle, you name it. We have too many targets for someone like that. Only one football. I don't think it'd be good to get Stephon Diggs on this roster.
Yeah, you
got
the receiver though, man. In his time, I remember that miracle in Minneapolis.
Dude.
Was that against the Saints?
It was against the Saints. That was insane, dude. When that happened, I saw that shit live, bro.
The helmet and chucks it. Oh man,
that was
it up.
I remember everyone's like being like, "Oh, it's rigged. There's no way Marcus Williams would have took that angle." I was like, he probably thought he had him, and then Diggs did like a weird little jump thing, which stalled his momentum, and so he mistimed it. It happens, man.
He saw the crease and was gone. I was like, oh man, and it seems to always happen to the Saints.
That time period, like 17 to 20, they had the worst luck in the playoffs.
They do. It's like, ooh, wow. And then they had It wasn't a phantom call. It was the greatest no call ever against the Rams when the dude clearly passed interference.
110%, man.
I didn't see it.
Personally, though, I thought I don't think I watched that game. I think I may have watched that game, or I may have missed that. I may have missed that call, like that play. I think I was doing something at the time. But when I go back and rewatch it, I look at the facts that they had plenty of time to still come back. They had another drive, I think, after that. Yeah. I understand that it was really close to the goal. It was close to the red zone, right? Yeah. So I understand that, like, you got kind of take away from your points. But didn't they go into overtime? Didn't they have a chance? Didn't they have like 4 minutes left after it happened? I know it was a bad call and it was a significant moment, but I don't think it was like Minnesota Miracle.
It wasn't that, definitive, quintessential, back-breaking, this controversial call, like what was that, the Cowboys when they played Green Bay and Dez
caught it, yeah.
Dez caught it, tries to go over, and they say, hey, it's not a catch. And
hey, I'm a Dallas hater. It was not a catch. 3 steps, I don't know, man. I think he was walking on air. I think he didn't touch the grass.
And you had people laying down at church, and you could see from a distance they're laying there. See, he had the ball like this. I'm like, man, get up! You in your suit. Cowboy fans were hurt. They were hurt. I was thinking
like I wanted it to be a no catch because obviously I'm a big Dallas Cowboys here, but I always thought it was a catch. Like I always thought that because he carried. I know it's been resolved now, 3 steps, and you pull the momentum. Like now today it would be officially a catch.
Oh yeah,
but at the time I was like, he still caught it. The ball didn't bobble in his hands really. He was able to put it into one hand where he has it between his forearm. Yeah, that means you have possession of it.
You have possession, and you're making. They say make a football move. You're making a football move, a dive, and then they come back with, well, he didn't survive the ground. I'm like, okay.
Well, the moment, didn't he not cross the goal line with the ball before it hit the ground? Because the moment it crosses the goal line, it doesn't matter if the ball gets fumbled or not. You took 3 steps. I guess now it would be like that. But you crossed the goal line. The play's done. You got a touchdown. Nothing matters after that. Unless you catch the ball in the end zone.
It came out before he.
Before? Okay.
It was something, man. It was something crazy. And at the time I think the world and the NFL was on this kick of what is the true definition of a catch. We're like, this is the greatest example of overthinking something in the world. You've been doing something all your life. You know when a ball is caught and when it's not. And everybody's, well, if it hits the ground, but you have possession and it does not move or oscillate, and you get up with it, now that's a catch. But then, it's like, what are we talking about?
They never took the hitting the ground thing into consideration. They always it seemed like every time it touched the ground, it's always a non-catch. But I like that. I really do like that factor. Like, I feel like if back then, if you were to catch the ball like this, and then your momentum dropped you to the ground a little bit, and it touched the grass, they would have said no call, no catch. And it's like, well, technically he grabbed the ball and he would hit it, but like back then they were super strict about it hitting the grass without any kind of leniency towards stuff like that, which I don't mind at the end of the day. But it's like, you made this rule, you should probably consider the ground, but that doesn't apply to Brian's things. Once it hit the ground, it bounced off and he lost possession. But that's the thing, though. He lost possession when he hit the ground, meaning he had possession already at the time. It kind of reminds me of the Jesse James catch in the playoffs against the Patriots. That was a catch. That was a catch.
I was thinking about the Calvin Johnson. Remember Megatron caught one to beat the Bears, I believe. Yes. And he catches it in the end zone, goes down. He's getting up, and the ball comes out, and they was like, "Oh no, that's not a catch." When he first came down in the end zone, that's a touchdown. Don't worry about anything else. But then they
can we watch that real quick? That catch.
Sure.
I want to see it because I've seen it like maybe twice or 3 times, and I think he didn't catch it. But I could be wrong. I want to see it again before I make that actual evaluation.
No problem.
Just because it happened, I think he really did just kind of catch it and then just like threw it to the ground. It wasn't like a real possession moment, if you know what I mean. Like it felt like he just. And I could be wrong. Like I said, I've only seen it like twice, I think.
See, he's in there, and it comes out then. God bless.
It's not as bad as the. I think this is worse than the Dez because
he's got it in his hand, and his butt hits, and then it comes out, and
yeah, I guess he does lose control when it glides against the grass, and then he just lets it slip. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I feel like that one's probably the most close you can get to it being like a catch or non-catch.
Yeah,
but yeah, I guess so. Like because like I said, he's getting up, controlling the ball, and it glides against the grass, and then he slips from his hands. But he did catch it 2 feet down, falls
2
down.
feet down in the end zone. I was like, "What? Don't worry about anything now. He's 2 feet or there." But he had to survive the ground. That's what they were saying. It was.
That's what it was like back then. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to say it that way, I mean, technically, then it wasn't because he didn't survive the ground.
He didn't survive the ground. Yeah, you got to survive the ground, however that works. Let's go ahead and get this started here, man. I'm going to kick it on off, man. I put the advanced settings to care for positional value, and I tweaked up draft needs, and I left randomness about the same. But when you move this bad boy here up to like some weird stuff happens, and they start just it gets really, really weird. So
Jackson Dart is the 3rd overall pick.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, they probably go pay attention a lot more to the actual PFF board because PFF has some crazy great. I think sometimes they're great measurements sometimes.
Yeah,
but there's moments where you're like, what?
What are you? Who? Yeah.
PFF has. I'll give you an example. PFF has Saquon Barkley as the 11th the 11th best player. Sorry, the 10th best player in football. I'm like, okay, that's a pretty good ranking. He's probably a little higher than Ben. But they have him ranked as the 11th best running back. That didn't make any sense.
He's the offensive player of the year.
Yeah, dude. It's like, okay, some things you need to just like, okay, it doesn't matter what your grade is. It was clear as day. You have eyeballs, and sometimes your eyeballs are like way more reference than what you see with your grades. That was ridiculous.
Don't get too tech. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. I'm not trying to take in any trades. I'm just trying to go straight on this one, unless you want to entertain trades and trade back.
My number one thing is trading back, unless certain players fall to the 49ers, such as this won't happen. So, like, if this happens, I think should restart. But, like, if Abdul Carter falls to us, Travis Hunter, I don't think Mason Graham makes it out of it. I think a lot of people love him too much. Even with his short arms, that's, like, the critique he had. He's still going to get drafted top 10, I feel like, no matter what. Will Campbell, I've heard, is potentially could fall to us.
I was thinking that, too. Yeah.
Membu is probably going to be there. But, like, there's certain players where you know for a fact aren't going to be there. And I would have to say Travis Hunter and –
if Membu falls to us, man, I'll be a happy man. Let's see what we got here.
I say trade back still. I know that's tripping, but I may be tripping, but I think trading back is still the way to go.
See this one, you got Abdul Carter, Cam Ward is going second. Travis Hunter went third. Will Campbell fourth to the New England Patriots. Mason Graham, who I really wanted. You got T Mac Green, who I hear has some legal issues. Mambu, who, I can see that. Carolina Panthers, where I live, by the way, down here, not about 2.5 hours from Charlotte. Jahad
Campbell,
Barron, and Ashton Genty, who is putting up crazy, ridiculous numbers. Barron. Of what we want right here, what are you thinking? Do you want best player available, best need question, best player available for the need, or
before I just real quick before I get to like what I want here, in my opinion, Ashton Genty to the Bears, I think is the perfect fit. By the way, I think that's actually the best place for him to go because you got the great offensive line now. You got the wide receivers. You got the quarterback. I think they still got a tight end. I could be wrong. Komet and someone else, I think.
Komet.
So
I know
Tyler
Komet. I don't know
Warren if
the
he's
other
there.
one.
They can go Tyler Warren, which would be a bad shot, but I think that Ashton Genty should thrive, especially with Ben Johnson. He should thrive with the Bears. I think that's a perfect spot.
He had an incredible year at Boise State, man. He was putting up some circus numbers. So
and yeah, he's crazy. He's so good, dude. People are just concerned that he got used a lot, and I'm like, yeah, it's true, but he's still young. And if you get like an MVP level running back for 5 straight years, I think it's totally worth a top 10 pick.
it is.
Jahdae Brown for the Saints. I don't know where the rise of Jahdae Brown came from, because from like in January and February, he wasn't even a first round pick. And then all of a sudden, like this last March, like all of a sudden he's just skyrocketed in draft boards. And he's
Did he have
like
a good combine or something? Did he run like something ridiculous? Because they fall in love with the 40.
That's true. I think he did have a fast 40. I think it was like 4.39, 4.40, something like that.
Yeah. That make him fall in love.
He's 5'11". You know, I watch him. He looks good. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'm not absolutely in love with the guy. I think he's good. This draft for corners is not great in my opinion. Every time I go look up corners in this draft, I'm not entirely impressed. Like, people love Kobe Bryant for some reason. I think he's more of a safety.
I think it's the name.
Kobe Bryant.
I think it's the name. Right. A couple of years ago, it was a kid from Cincinnati, Sauce Gardner's counterpart. His name was Kobe Bryant as well. I think he spelled it different, obviously, but he went to the Seahawks. Found about a 4th or 5th round guy. He was pretty decent.
Yeah, no doubt. But like Kobe Bryant, then Chris Paul's also in here, linebacker, so you can draft Chris Paul and Kobe Bryant.
So you got basketball team. If you get Chris Paul and Kobe Bryant, it's the pick that should have happened. All you true Laker fans know what I'm talking about. When David Stern blocked the trade, and I'm still mad about it now at David Stern. But Chris Paul was supposed to come to the Lakers, and it was December of 2010, I believe, December 11th, 2010. He blocked that trade, and I'll never forgive you, Angel of Stern. Where are you thinking here? You want to go? You know, the sky's the limit. We can go Jahad Campbell, who everybody seems to really be high on. I've had my share of Alabama linebackers. I'm good.
Foster.
James Pierce is a freak. Will Johnson is supposed to be a pretty good corner. Luther Burden is supposed to be tough. And I'd like Donovan Iziriku.
He's got a complex name. I just call him Easy. I think a lot of people call him Easy Easy.
Yeah, let's go Easy. D-Easy.
Easy. I personally like it. I like Easy a lot. He doesn't get a lot. Like, there's certain players in this draft that don't actually get a lot of hype or people aren't talking about enough. I know there's only so much room for certain players, but if you watch him play and you look at his production, you're thinking to yourself, like, why does this guy get more love for what he does?
It must be that I saw that big 90 on this bad boy, man. I had to look at his stats. Double-digit sacks. He didn't have that great of a year the year before with only 2, but he increases that by what's that? 700% or something right there. 20 quarterback hits, 26 hurries, no balls batted down, but a 90 on the pass rush. This guy can get after it, and he's stout against the run at 83.6. Standing at an even, he's 6'2", 247, which is a little smallish by NFL standards to be out there on that edge. Lately we had who's it get? Floyd, Leonard Floyd. And yeah, Leonard was getting tossed around like a salad at the male prison. Pause.
Damn.
Damn. But you know, I love production in school. I you know, having all of these great attributes are tools to me. It's like if you need a job done at your house and you need a carpenter, you can get these guys who have no experience whatsoever, but got a, as Jeff Spicoli would say, a monster set of tools. He's got all his tools in this van. Look at his tools. But I'm looking for the guy who has built cabinets and added on rooms before, and I can look at your work and get a reference, and they say, yeah, he did our job, man. He look at how the house look. Look at this. I want to see that you have done it. You can have all those tools running at 4-2, 4-3, 4, 0-4-1. But last time I checked, like they told me as a player, you do not write down 4.2 on your jersey. You know what I'm saying? That stuff ain't gonna matter. I need dudes to get out here and play, and I need to look at film and see how you either dominated the level or you didn't.
You want a very consistent guy who's showing up throughout year in, year out, or at least showing that he's gotten better year after year after year, at least showing progression.
That's just I want to see if you've dominated the level and how you looked on film and how you played in games against the top competition in big games. That's my mindset.
But that's why I don't like. That's why I'm a little. That's why when you showed me the easy DZ stuff there, like his stats, I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe just 1 year production for a first round pick. I'm not sold. It's like Jalen Walker. People love Jalen Walker, and he did get better every year, which is nice. But like he had that one dominant year, and it's kind of like I'm not entirely sold on just having with the 11th pick. I want a guy I know could start day one, and I could trust to be a starter day one and be effective at day one. Not just
there it is. Yeah, for that first pick, you better hit and hit hard. You better have plans on. He's gonna be here. And I can see him being one of the best in the league at what he does. And I'm looking for the next 5-6 years. He's going to do a second contract here one day.
It's kind of like with James Pierce. I think James Pierce can be good, potentially probably the best pass rusher in this draft at some point, but I don't think that's going to happen year one. I think he needs to get a bag first. He's got all the tangibles. He looks phenomenal. But I think in the NFL where he has to go against actual right tackles who know better how to beat, like because Pierce's like talent, he has amazing instincts, but he uses his speed a lot to get around tackles to really try to take advantage of these lesser tackles in college. And I think in the NFL, he's going to need to develop a bag with that speed, and I think he could be incredibly good. So I don't think
that's his superpower. That's his deal.
So can he win?
That is wonderful. If you got incredible speed or incredible strength, that's great. But I'm hoping you're coachable and I can show you and add on to your repertoire of stuff. I'm hearing from Tennessee fans, and I go to the work with the biggest Tennessee fan there has ever been. Shout out Mr. Jeff Gear. He said
Jeff Gear.
He gets a little too cool for school, and you can't tell him stuff. But he's good.
That's a concern of mine. I've heard about
he's
that.
Good. He's good, but he gets a little.
I've heard he's. Yeah, and I don't want that. I want a guy. I understand his instinct, but if you have the instinct and stuff like that, but how is your football IQ? Can you be coachable? And that's the thing. I feel like he might be good still. But I want a guy I know can start day one that's going to be effective for sure, that uses football moves, that can handle the wide nine, etc. While James Pierce is great and stuff, I just, like you said, like your friend who's a little more who's more familiar with him says like he's obviously
he knows.
He's saying he's not coachable is what he's saying, and I don't like that, and I don't want someone like in the second round you can get someone like that with that pure instinct, but first round you need somebody who's coachable, somebody who's dominant day one. And so I love James Pierce, but I'd pass on James Pierce here. Honestly, there's so much talent here. I'd almost trade back. What kind of D tackles do we got available?
I like Kenneth Grant. I like
Derek
Harmon. I don't mess with those guys. I wouldn't mind Kelvin Banks here.
Oh, dude, I hate Kelvin Banks with a passion, brother.
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan's Larry Kruger's guy.
These are guys you can see, and that Jalen Walker. I think he's going to be a player. I really hope he is. We got a little burn with our last Georgia outing. Who was that? Beal, who kind of built like Tarzan, play like Jane. Nick Scornton.
I say trade back. Is there offers that we have right now?
We
have to trade yourself.
Trade. The Dolphins are asking.
What pick? They have to pick 20. 13?
13. And we have 11. They're offering to move up 2 spaces.
And if we do this, we got to make it kind of like realistic. Can't be like, just give us your second round pick and then just like hopefully they do it. Because I feel like that wouldn't happen. But who's the next guy?
Let me see who else we got.
Because I'm totally fine moving back all the way to like the 20s, if you ask me. I think you have to click on the.
You want to move where I need to click
click on where it says Miami Dolphins, pick 13. I think it's that's the list of all the players that you want to trade with. Okay. I think. Click on it.
And we got
the Baltimore Ravens. They want to trade all the way back to the 27th. You've got to give us a second round pick if we're gonna draw that all the way back. Because that's a lot. That's 16 picks falling back there. I would do that. I would take a second round pick, followed 27, because I'm pretty sure Kenneth, maybe a D tackle we love, will be there. Membu's been taken, so we can't get the Membu. That's like the one we want at 11. There's nobody here at 11 that I absolutely love that I feel like we have to get right now. And there's plenty of players I feel like between 11 and 32 that will be there at 27. It's up to you. I'll give you the, like, if you want to pick someone here now, that's fine. But I have no problem falling back to 27. And then
I'm asking for a lot. I want their 50. I want the 27. I want 59 and 91. They say it is very likely to be accepted. If you want to go all the way back 27,
let's pull that trigger, dude.
Good Lord, they're giving me a bag.
Give them like a something, because I don't think that would happen, to be honest. I don't think they would give us a second, third, or fourth, or you completely annihilate themselves from the draft. That'd be great. Don't you think?
I'll just take those two. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right, they accepted trade. We are all the way back to 27.
This is gonna be a great decision. Trust. It's gonna be a great decision. All
right. We're way back at 27 now. We got Kelvin Banks as the best available, and Walter Nolan is still there. And
do you like Darius Alexander? I don't.
He's Toledo.
He's massive. He's like 6'4", 6'5". Like, I think like that. He looks bigger on film. Like, he looks like the biggest guy on the team on whatever he plays. But I'm not in love with him.
He's
personally
great against the run, but it's Toledo, man.
Just that school.
Yeah, and I do check out some Toledo games. They've been on ESPN quite a bit. They've been they signed a contract with ESPN and ESPN2, so they were like Tuesday. Their conference is on Tuesday or Wednesday night or something. So I've seen some of the games. He never really jumped off to me, but you know he's up there with that big fat 90. That makes a big difference. He's stout against the run, and we were not as the San Francisco 49ers this year. So
Ty Alston did not like moving down to 27, which I don't know why. I think we got second and a third, my guy. That's crazy. All right, so we can choose between. I like Nick Scorton. A lot of people don't like Nick Scorton for some reason. I think he's a day one starter, possibly the second best pass rusher in this draft.
Edge guy, only 4 sacks this year, ranking out at an 80.
But if you watch him play, though, man,
big guy.
If you watch him play, he's good. I think he's great. But Walter Nolan probably is the pick for me here, or Gray Zabel. Reason why I want Gray Zabel potentially here, because out next to Membu, he's the next best player, I think, when it comes to playing multiple positions. He plays center, guard.
Really impressed me at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, playing center. Yeah, he's a good, solid offensive line. You can plug him in. I don't think he'll play tackle. You're looking at a guard, and probably I know he's better than Jake in terms. I know that right now. But he can go. What do you want to do?
Like y'all, a lot of people don't like moving back to 27, but I'm telling you right now, there's no.
Yeah, we already moved.
We still got Walter Nolan available, Gray Zabel. There's still great talent here at 27, and you got a second and a third. I think it's absolutely crazy that people don't like moving back here. 11. Right. Yeah, I don't think at 11, like, you didn't have like what? James Pierce. I'm totally fine moving on from him. There was nobody I had to have at 11. Like, there was nobody there. So I'll leave it up to you, man. I think Gray Zabel. If we get Gray Zabel now, we don't have to worry about Jared Wilson later at center.
I'm going to take Kelvin Banks here.
Oof. All right.
27. All right. Kelvin Banks.
Oh my God, that hurts.
I'm
that
going
hurts
offensive line. Offensive line, Kelvin Banks. Now you get into the nitty-gritty at 43.
Ow.
We're able to pick up. Let's go. I'll leave it on up to you. It's looking like Demetrius Knight from the University of South Carolina, linebacker, flies around.
He's
and this guy gets
upwards.
downhill fast. This guy closes in and eats up space. Like we're looking for the thumper. This is the thumper to replace Greenlaw. I think if it's anybody that impresses me on film, it's this guy.
Okay, so real quick, and I know this is something we're gonna disagree on, but I just want to get because I'm a little like shooken by the Calvin Banks pick. I'm so shook by that. That oh my God, he's
I need to tackle.
I understand. I get that, but I think McKivitz 1 year would have been fine. I think guard and center probably would have been available. But that was my because I personally think that Banks is he's like a fourth rounder kind of type. I don't think he's that good. I think he's going to be a bust in the NFL. I don't think he's that great. So I'm a little taken back by that. I'm not gonna lie to you. That really hurt. But it's okay. I don't think we're gonna agree on every pick. So I'm not giving you shit and saying how dare you. I'm just reacting to that pick.
I didn't want to go all the way back to 27, but of what I was looking at 27, let's just go ahead and solidify that tackle that we've been looking for. And
who we got at D tackle right now that's available? Because now we need D tackle.
Let's do this.
Because I would have gone Walter Nolan there at the most Walter Nolan or Gray Zabel, but probably Walter Nolan.
We got Collins. Shamar Turner, Alfred Collins, Omar Norman Lott, Vernon Broughton, Joshua Farmer, Jordan Phillips, Deion Walker. I'm familiar with him. I've picked him up in a couple of mocks. And I'm hearing good things about CJ West and going all the way down to Aeneas Peebles, who is at 113. So you probably can get that a lot later on. And being as though we picked up
with our edge
2 more drafts, we probably can work with that.
What's our edge options? Hopefully you got some good ones.
Edge.
All right, Swinson, Jamal
Jack Sawyer.
Nice.
He had a good year. Jared Ivey of Mississippi. We're going to see a lot of Mississippi guys come off the board.
How do you feel about Jared Ivey? I love Jared Ivey. I just recently watched him play. I'm in love with Jared Ivey. He's Jared Ivey. Very
solid. Very solid. 8 sacks, 31 hurries. And the year before, 8 sacks. He looks to be pretty consistent. As a matter of fact, he got even more. He improved with his consistency in terms of hurries. And this is the kicker right here. That 3 batted balls. I love guys getting their hands up and eliminating that easy, short route from the quarterback there.
Yeah. I personally don't I compare him to Landon Jackson, but better. I think he's got a lot more finesse. A lot more power. He's the exact same size as him, but I think he's better than Landon Jackson by a mile. I think in the end of the day, Jared Ivey is going to be better than Landon Jackson. I know a lot of people like Landon Jackson, but I'm not sold on him. I think he's a bit overrated in my opinion. He's really just a power rusher, run stopper kind of type edge for me, Landon Jackson. But Jared Ivey is a true pass rusher with run stop ability. I
agree on Jared Ivey. Let's go Jared Ivey. Good.
At 60? You want to go Jared Ivey at 60?
Yeah, he's.
Make sure you get our guy. I guess it's still technically the second round. I'm just trying to think about the future. I don't want to just grab anyone. Even if I love them, I don't want to get him too early, right? What if Alfred Collins is there? We get him, and then.
I see the guy. I go for the guy. If I see the guy, I'm going for the guy. I didn't not like this kid here out of Ohio State, but I don't know. Somebody's telling me he's not as consistent as he should be, but he was very productive.
he's got a great production, but when you watch him play, though, it doesn't look right. Like, for some reason, he looks good, but like, you're not impressed when you watch him play. But Jared Ivey is probably my go-to like pass rusher here. But
and he's big. He fits the bill. Let's go with Jared Ivey. I think we can get a lot of other stuff after this. With that trade back to 27, we can do some. It's going to pick up some stuff.
I have to, because I feel like that back to 27 thing, a lot of people don't like that. And I have to know, who did you have to get at between 27 and 11 that you had to get at 11? Like, I don't understand that part, because there is, like,
they went up for safety Malachi Starks. That's who Baltimore wanted. And safety isn't even it's not addressed as a need for them. And they got one of the best in the business. I like the kid Kyler Hamilton at Baltimore. They got safety help, and they had to have Malachi Starks.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. So I just Kenneth Grant maybe, but I feel like if he was there, that would have been nice at the time, but he's not. And where did he go? 24.
24.
Where I think he should go.
Yep.
We missed out on Derek Harmon at 25. That's okay, but you got your tackle Kelvin Banks, who can play guard as well. I think he actually is going to move to guard. I could be wrong, but I mean, if you got your tackle of the future, right tackle, that's fine. Play both positions. I don't know. I think we did. I think it was very smart to move back. I don't know. I'm blown away that people don't agree that we should. That's all I'm saying.
People don't like moving back. Yeah. They wanted that 11th pick. That 11th pick is everything to them. But it's cool. You know, you can dance. Sometimes you dance. And
I understand
it's not beyond the pale, because the 49ers like to get good and cheap, and they want bang for the buck. This could happen on the 24th.
Rod says you need to get a game changer or instant starter 11, but there was like between 11 and 32, you got your instant starters. Like Calvin Banks is your day one starter right there. So you do have your guy there. There was no real game changer or instant starter compared to somebody at 27.
Yeah, I didn't see I didn't see the big.
Like if Membu was there, sure. You know.
If Membu was there, yeah, that's the guy that's going to change my franchise. But
there was no, yeah.
It won't that dude. It won't that dude that you can say. Who did you see that was going to be a Pro Bowler there at 11?
Well, I guess Will Johnson, but I'm not taking a corner this early. I think that's he has some injury issues. I get that, but I like Will Johnson a lot. But I would not have been like, we must get him at 11 because we have D tackle more needs. D end is a lot more important. Offensive line is way more important than getting someone like Will Johnson. But outside of that, you're right. There was nobody else where I think like Kenneth Grant is going to be a future All-Pro, or what's his name? Derek Harmon's going to be a future All-Pro. There was no one there I was actually absolutely sold on. But yeah, let's go ahead and just do Jared Ivey, because we get our guy. Next pick is until 59, so he probably won't be there. And then
we got Shador. I got a tight end for you here.
Oh, you and I so disagree on picks, brother.
Elijah Arroyo is good. Here's another tackle here. I picked him up in other mock drafts. Let's see.
You and me both, Khalil. I'm not
another tight end. Either. Here's Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss.
I'm not, as a player himself, I'm not impressed with him. I'm not impressed with all these linebackers. Like, there's like 3 I like. That's it. Corners, there's like 1 or 2 I like. But Chris Paul, I think he's okay. I don't think he's great. I could be obviously wrong in the end, but I don't think. Jonas Avea's fallen all the way to the 3rd round. Oh my Lord!
I know. I really like him, man. That was my first guy coming out. That's my dude there. He looks like he's a road grader. Let me see how
Wyatt Millum turns into a guard as well.
PFF has him. He only had allowed 4 sacks, but
he's out there playing tackle. You're moving to guard for sure.
And this one, his style,
he guard as well.
He is clanky. Wyatt Millum.
Yeah. If you actually watch Wyatt Millum, though, he has a tell. I don't know if I'm sure NFL defense will get it, but I've watched his highlights. If you watch his feet, if you look at his feet, you know it's a runner or pass. He's very Trent Williams in that way. If you look at his feet, he prepares for a runner or pass.
Trent can have a tackle, and he is so good. It don't matter. He can tell you. He said, "Yeah, we get ready to pass." And what? Trent's a Hall of Famer.
D tackles. So I think you should go D tackle here. In my opinion, this is your pick here, so you obviously do what you want with this. But in my opinion, I think just D tackle's way more important.
Another D tackle.
Well, we got an edge. We need to do one D tackle. We need at least two, actually, possibly even three. Joshua Farmer, dude.
What do you think about Deion Walker?
He's a pass rushing D tackle that doesn't really play low to the ground when you want him to. According to experts and stuff, he's not the best run defender, but he's excellent at pass blocking, pass defense. But I'm not in love with him. I don't want a project, especially this early on Deion Walker. I wouldn't take it too early. Someone can get later on in the 75th pick, 90-something pick. Same thing with.
It's my kid here, Aeneas Peoples, Virginia Tech University. I watched him play us when he played the U, man. Him and the other pass rusher on the outside were just giving us fits. They were all over Cam, man, that game. We had to struggle to get through that thing with Virginia Tech. Is a little near and dear to my heart, but this guy's an active dude, man. 31 hurries, yeah.
I'm not the biggest guy on Eagles just because I don't like his size, and that could be just sizeism if you want to call it that. But 6'1" is not and not everyone can be Aaron Donald. I feel like because Aaron Donald was relatively small, but he was dominant. But I don't think everyone can dominate that size.
And that's why they say people's measurables will not do him any favors draft night. But his tape shows a quick, instinctive 3 technique tackle whose finesse game can be impactful in a rotational role.
But he's later. How farther down? What's he ranked?
Aeneas is 113th ranked, and we're at 59.
He'll be there. He'll be there later on for sure. I'll give you my pick if he's not there. I'm so confident later on he'll be there like at 90. He'll be there at 91, wherever picks we got there. But you really like Aurora, it seems like you're a big fan of him.
I'm partial to all guys from the U, man. We had a really good year this year. He fits the bill, 6'4", 245. He's a playmaker. He is athletic. He can complement Kittle when Kittle does come out, because we picked up another tight end, but he's a blocking tight end. He doesn't do any catching or anything. This guy's a playmaking tight end. Don't look for a whole bunch of blocking, but hey, if you need him in the seam, Brock can find him. If you need him over the middle, Brock can find him. I watched Cam Ward find him all year long. This kid's he's that in terms of a tight end.
Don't you like a later on tight end though? Like, don't you like Conyers or something like that? You like
Conyers, right? But he's so far down. That was my steal. Conyers is going to be like 4th, 5th round, I think.
Yeah,
he's way down there.
Well, I think this is your pick, obviously, because this is what we're doing, obviously here. But like, you go ahead and if you want to pick a tight end, go for it. But I think like something more like a D tackle position is more important. Yeah, another D end, I wouldn't hate you if you did that, because we need that little bit of depth there. But D tackle would be important. Maybe if Jared Wilson's there still, I don't think he is, but if he is, I think that's a great option. Joshua Farmer, I love Joshua Farmer with a passion. I absolutely love this guy. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Joshua Farmer. I think he's really good. I think he's going to be really good in the NFL. He's like my gem.
318, good size.
I don't want him in a second. Like, I don't want him like in the get him at 43, right? He's not that type of guy. But if you're in love with him in the 3rd round, someone worth getting. Because there is he doesn't have the mass production that you want from him. But when you watch the film, he handles double teams. He can do edge inside. Wherever you want him to be, he could be that guy. He's like your backup D end, backup D tackle who could be a true NFL starter in this league. I love Joshua Farmer. He's like one of my draft crushes for sure.
Well, if he's there at 75, it'll be a steal.
Yeah, I'm definitely
taking that's going to be our next one. But for this one, where would you? I think we go with this tight end, man. I like Elijah Arroyo. I'm gonna go ahead here with Elijah, and
shoot me in the heart, dude.
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet your guy's gonna be there at 75.
Oh,
did they snake him?
He's gone. Oh, dude, Joshua Farmer's gone.
Farmer's gone.
He's gone. Oh my man, shot me in the heart. It's all right. It's okay. What kind of detail?
Oh, they took him at 60. They took him at the next pick. They were like, "Oh, too bad, too sad."
It's it's too bad, too sad here. What do we got at D tackle? Because what do we don't have one right now, do we? We haven't even taken a D tackle yet. Oh my god.
Deion Walker, CJ West. They got Jordan Phillips and Vernon Barton.
Lordy.
I haven't really messed with them. Aeneas Peoples is still there.
Oh, Pegas. I like Pegas. Oh.
Here's another guy from the U, Simeon Barrow. He's very decent, very active. 21 hurries, 7 sacks. Pretty good year this year.
This is just a mock draft. I'm taking it personal. Don't know why. It hurts so much seeing him go. Okay. All right. So, gee, that totally. We're gonna have to. I feel like we have to reach for a D tackle here because we cannot miss out on. We can't miss out on any more of these guys that we think could be starters. And I think here in the 4th round, you guys got. There's nobody here I think is going to be a bona fide starter anymore. I think everyone else here is all potential. That really bumps me out. We got the edge. I think that's great. What else do we need? We need guard. We need a corner, but there's no real corners in this draft. I would rather take the 4th round. D tackle is too important here. So I'm not in love with Jordan Phillips. I think Deion Walker, he's got massive size, he's a massive human being, and he could turn out to be like phenomenal, especially
real
with
big
size
guy
and athleticism.
Yeah.
But I need a run stopper, and he's not a run stopper. And that's my problem with Deion Walker. CJ West, I'm not the biggest CJ West guy.
He's short too.
Yeah. Peebles, I know you like him. Pegas, you can get him later. Yeah, those are the only true D tackles I like left. Who's best player available right now? Dorian Porter.
Cornerback, Iowa State, followed by Benjamin Morrison, Josiah Stewart, Mason Taylor.
Josiah Stewart is like, if you like Jalen Walker, you like Josiah Stewart. He can play linebacker and he rushes the passer. He's really good. I like him a lot, but he's more of he's a D end. We got to reach here at D tackle. And I'm gonna trust you to pick the D tackle because I don't like the rest of these D tackles. So I'll give you the pick of who would be better for the 49ers to start day one for the D tackle because I don't like the rest of these guys. At 75.
Deion Walker is just so big and stout, man, and we just gotta have that run defense solidified. I gotta trust that they're gonna plug him in, man, and just be that ultimate that one technique that can just stuff the run. It just hurt me so much seeing our defense just get jabbed.
Yeah,
run all year long, and we just need somebody to. For me, it's Deion Walker. He's the biggest, thickest one there. It doesn't turn over in terms of productivity with a bunch of sacks and a bunch of tackles, but he can keep Fred free. He can keep the linebacker we're going to get free. That's what you need. You need somebody to make a double team. And who cannot be moved off the line of scrimmage in 3:45 talks.
Do it. I mean, if you believe in him, I'm gonna give. I guess I'm giving you the reins. I'm not in love with any of these D tackles, so there's still some I like, but not start day one. All right, this is your pick.
All right,
fly like a bird.
Next pick up, we got 91 here, 91, and we got some value with 69th rank. 76 rank and the 88 rank. There's Wyatt Millum again, but he's creaky. He's creaky.
He's not a guard.
Yeah. Tate Rutledge. He's a thickie. Only allow one sack. They would kick him in at guard. How tall is he? 6'6", 320.
Good size.
Probably with, you know how they do with short arms. He isn't the most dynamic athlete, but his solid pass blocking technique and downhill power in the run game will give him a chance to be a starter in the National Football League. He's a Georgia boy. They play SEC ball, which is the triple A of the NFL. But coming in at 93, this is my guy. Andrew Makuba, safety, University of Texas. This is my sleeper pick. This is the guy I want.
Well, he's a day one starter, in my opinion. I think he's gonna be good.
Yeah. This is the free safety. This is the guy I got to have. I need this guy.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I like Makuba, but I just don't. My God, I do like him, but I'm not. Like I've done mock drafts where I got him and stuff like that in the 90s or whatever, which is great, like at 99 or 100 and stuff. And then obviously considering it's PFF, so it's a different ranking. But so like where you got him was a perfect spot. I find myself constantly needing more edge or D tackle and stuff like that. So let's just go ahead. Fenton Jr. is still available. Oh my Lord!
At 100.
He's so good, dude. I would have fought you if he was still available. I would have fought you.
We got extra picks. We can get him. This is the beauty of trading back to 27. We got the extra picks. We can take 2 tight ends. It's okay. You want to get him?
No, we can't.
Yes,
you
can. Yes, you can. You don't. There is no rule saying you only get one position. You get what's the
we have Luke Farrell, Kittle, and then now we have Arroyo. Arroyo.
But I'm telling you, these kids can get on. You can get 2 tight ends. We'll let somebody else go. Fannin is at 100. This guy's a steal.
I'm not doing it. I'm just okay. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I can't. I don't. We need needs. I think D tackle. We need to go back to D tackle again. Jump in the D tackle because we still have that empty D tackle spot. We only have 1 D tackle now, and I like or. That really bums me out. Okay.
If you want to go D tackle,
breathe.
If you want to go, I will take a second tight end in a minute. Vernon Broughton, CJ West, Aeneas Peoples, Jamari Caldwell. I don't mess with Pac-10 defensive lineman. JJ Pegus.
What's Pegus? I like Pegus a lot. He played for Mississippi. He played really good. He also played fullback. He's a versatile type player. He's very athletic in my opinion.
325. That's good.
I think I would. It's a little bit. It's just 23 spots ahead. Pick 100 compared to that. I would take Pegus here right now, just because we need that other D tackle. And I think he starts. A lot of people love CJ West for some reason, and I'm not. I don't understand the love for him.
I think Larry Kruger said something about him more. I really haven't looked at IU football like that, but that's probably it. Just solid for 3 years straight and 6'2", 317. He's on the shorter side of length, but has good size, mass, and a burst as a nose tackle. Who can give you strong reps in the run defense and some surprisingly impactful reps as a pass rusher. If he can keep his pad level down, if they got to say that, then he plays up high a little bit. He can be a contributing, rational player in the National Football League, preferably in a 4-3 front.
How do they not know his age? Like, if you click on him again, they don't have his age up there. How's that possible? Like, do you not know how old he is?
He's the Satchel Paige of NFL guys.
I'll leave it. CJ West or Pegues is up to you, but a lot of people love CJ West. I know that production's phenomenal, and that's something. And if they think he's great in 4-3, I guess I wouldn't hate CJ West. I think Pegues is going to be an absolute stud.
I think so too.
So
I like where he played. I think there are going to be a lot of Mississippi guys. There are going to be a lot of you guys going.
We pretty much picked up the Mississippi D line there. Because now if we pick up Piggies and then we got Jared Ivey, we got to get
they back. I predict a lot of Ole Miss and a lot of you going in this draft.
Let's go with Piggies over CJ West. I like Piggies more.
I like that pick too.
All
right. We have moved further down at 113, and my man is not there. We could have got another tight end. Where'd that tight end go?
Where did Fenton go? He went right up to.
And he went to he went to the Lions, and they already got who's that good tight end at the Lions?
Not Hawkinson, but Laporta. But they don't have they have Brock White, but they don't have another tight end after that. But we have 3 tight ends now. We have Arroyo, Farrell, and Kittle. Yeah. They now have Wright, Laporta, and now Fenton Jr. But if you believe in Arroyo, if you think he's going to be that good, a great starter, then it shouldn't be. It's 1A, 1B kind of type thing there. I like Fenton a lot more than Arroyo.
He was very productive in school. That's what. Yeah, I saw that 90 on there. He's very, very productive. I liked how he.
Why they have him ranked as 100 so that we couldn't see that is beyond but would anyone be mad if they take McMillan or Genty in round 1? Yeah, I don't think. McMillan's got high potential, but you don't know if that. Him attacking the ball is going to translate to the NFL, and he doesn't really run routes very well. But my God, he's very Larry Fitzgerald-esque in the fact that he can just triple teams, go up there and grab the ball and just attack it. He's got elite attacking the ball. But I'm into it.
You got some good. Is my wide receiver out there? All the good
Ricky
ones.
Ricky White's an elite special teams guy, wide receiver. He's got 4 block punts. Nash. I think Nick Nash is cool too.
So what do you want to do here?
All right. So we got to we got 2 D tackles now. We got our edge. We got our tight end. Now corners left and a tackle. So corner is really honestly left. Wouldn't mind another D tackle because that is so thin. Linebacker. We need a linebacker. And we got our safety of the future. So really right now it's corner. A running back would be nice. And I think
Damian Martinez, another guy from the U. Trevor Etienne. I think he's related to Etienne at Jacksonville. Who played he
is.
And this is Larry Kruger's guy.
He's actually good though.
He is very good.
If you like Jordan Mason, that's the Jordan Mason replacement.
Does not fumble. He fell off in production here, but look at the fall off. At 1263, he picked up 1,279 yards. I do like
he's really good.
Carry, 13 touchdowns, 14 receptions. He was targeted 17 times with 14. That is excellent in terms of he can catch the ball and he does not fumble. Is that anywhere in here? Drops 0. He doesn't make mistakes. He holds that
drop or
nice
fumble.
And high and tight. I like how Monagea. Monagea.
I think something like that. Yeah, but
instinctive runner, man, and good balance, good vision. I like him.
He should be there. A couple picks. How many picks we got left? We got one.
We got a boatload of picks.
We can get him at
you're only at 113. We got 138 left, 147 left, 160, 227, 249, and 252.
Let's do linebacker. I think is what's left now, right?
There it is. Let's go LB. The LBC. I got to find at linebacker. Shout out to my man.
Oh, I'm a big
Collie Young. This is your guy. And you can get him all of it's saying 218, but I can show you some good film on this young man here. Very, very productive. he looks like Fred Warner.
That's
I could
what
put him and
SF
Fred Warner in the
said.
lineup. Teddy Buchanan, him and Fred Warner in the lineup, and on the field, they run and look 10 steps to the ball. This is going to be a little bit of a steal here. There's going to be a big steal.
I'm not the biggest Buchanan guy. I will throw it out there. I know a lot of people like him, and Kyle Young likes him. Papa J likes him. I know Brad Graham from SF Niners loves him a lot. Compared him to actually Fred Warner. I watched him. I think it was good. I think he's all right. Like I'm not in love with all his linebackers, so I'm not going to agree with a lot of people when it comes to the linebackers.
They look a lot alike, man. Ted. When I looked at his picture, I'm like, that boy look like Fred Warner. Look. And then I watched him play. I said, is that Fred Warner, man? They look a lot alike.
All right, you gotta go. I feel like since you can get if you like Teddy Buchanan, and we can get the running back later with the 38th or 47th pick. This pick, I think you could possibly trade back if you wanted to, because who's best player available right now?
Let's look at the best player available. Vernon Broughton, defensive inside guy. Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker out of Oregon. And he could be pretty decent, I think. I don't like Pac-10 defensive linemen, but their linebackers, safeties, corners, fine.
What's
Ashton
Vernon Broughton?
I remember
guy?
Ashton Gillette. Would you say Vernon guy? Look it up.
Yeah, like what's with this guy? Like this guy came out of nowhere. Who the hell is this? Like I don't think I've ever seen this guy or even heard of him.
If anybody would have talked about him, it would have been John Chapman. He's a big Texas guy. That's who I go to talk to about Texas. Folks.
That's true.
He really didn't say much about him, but you know,
he kind of like. But PFF's weird with their grades sometimes. Like this guy came out of nowhere. Like the PFF's the only one I think actually hasn't ranked this high, but so Gillette, I like Gillette. I don't think he's bad. I think Gillette, the edge rusher from the Louisville, that he's not bad. I think he's pretty good. He's got potential there. Peebles, your guy Peebles is still there.
That's my team.
Gunnar Helm, I think I'm shocked he's way down here. I think Gunnar Helm's a
Gunnar.
Right end.
You gotta love a guy named Gunnar. That 49 in 2023 gives me a
it's
little.
Not sexy, yeah. But
6'5", 250 though. He's ideal size.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys with a lot of tools in his bag, but I ain't seen you build too many houses here, buddy. And he can not run block at all at a 43.
Dieter and Hutch love Broughton more than Collins. That's wild. That's actually wild. I haven't heard anything like that. I like Mello Dotson more than Kobe Bryant. Mello Dotson's slower than Kobe Bryant, but freaking this guy is good in my opinion. This guy's
good cover skills. 6'1", 190. What I see more about our the way we're selecting corners, or we're gearing towards selecting corners, we want physical guys who will get feisty and nasty with you.
That's him. He's a man press guy. He's a man press type corner. I think he's going to be better than Kobe Bryant, if you ask me. And that's a hot take, by the way, because some people like Kobe Bryant more. But when I watch Kobe Bryant play, I think Kobe Bryant should switch to safety, if you ask me.
They're not very far apart. You want to take a flyer here on Mello?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, it's a draft brush of mine. I wouldn't hate it. And we solve the corner issue because we need a corner. So we need a third corner.
Always can use a good corner.
All right. I think you can use running back with this pick, or who's best available right now? It's a bunch of running backs.
I was looking for my guy here, running back RB
Montague. I like him a lot.
Montague.
I want him really bad. I totally. That's just one thing I agree with Larry Krueger. I don't agree with Larry Krueger a lot because he does reach a lot for players, but he doesn't care. But like when this guy.
When I looked at the film and saw Montague, I see why he liked him so much. Let's take that guy. Yeah. I want to put him on the roster there. All right. We only had 147. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks left.
Broughton is still there, dude.
We balling.
Oh my God. Nobody wants that D tackle from Texas. That's so funny. I think with the one, I wouldn't mind taking a flyer on him at this point. I mean,
Vernon Broughton?
Yeah, I still think we need depth at D tackle and someone who could potentially be good. What was his abilities again? What was his size and stuff?
He goes at an even 6'4", 305. Broughton needs to refine his hand placements and technique to become a more efficient one-on-one winner at the next level. However, even in his current form, his length and strength provide valuable versatility as a two-gap defensive lineman with the best fit likely becoming at a 3-4 in a 3-4 defensive end. We run a 4-3, but they about one in the same.
Yeah.
What did I say?
His size still screams like he can still do a wide 9. I think that's not.
Yeah, that's a defensive end there. 6'4", 305. That's a big end. That's a big.
He could play inside, outside. I
think. Yeah. I would like him more on the inside. 6'4" ain't too tall. I don't like him too tall, but because that whole Armstead at what was Armstead 6'7", 6'9"?
Yeah, he was massive. He was like 6'7". Yeah, I think he was like 6'7".
We can take a flyer on him though. You want to go?
I think 147. Get another D tackle, the third one, which we need. He might need a little, but if like someone gets hurt, like on the edge or inside or edge or whatever, we got a guy back up who needs reps. So why not? I'm the end of the world.
And that's gonna be an A+ pick because he at 76. You got him at
147.
Yeah, you got it 147. That's gonna be big money.
Yeah.
There's a guard, Luke Kandra, the best available, Brashard Smith. We don't really need a halfback. At this point, we're looking at some solid wide receivers who people might have missed. Let's see. Do any of these wide receivers float your boat?
I love everyone. No one likes this guy, but I love him. I think he'd be a great Jawan Jennings type guy. Nick Nash, San Jose State. He was a Triple Crown winner recently in college. He's absolutely phenomenal in my opinion. The thing is, like, he's not fast, right? He just went from quarterback to wide receiver recently. So I think that personally, he's 6'3", 195. He can jump up, get the ball. I've seen him do. He's like your discount McMillan in my opinion because he can handle double teams, triple teams. I've seen him do. He has good footwork. He has great route. He has some good route running. I think he's got some mad potential in my opinion. And I don't know why he's fallen down draft boards. I don't know why no one talks about it enough. It could just because he's from quarterback to wide receiver. But like when I watch him play, I'm in love with him.
He's a bit stiff in his change of direction movement, especially when running near his top speed, hurting his ability to separate. He has limited long speed, but his footwork for his size makes him very intriguing.
Like in the red zone, he's really great in the red zone. Like he's phenomenal in the red zone, and I like him a lot. So
and at 167, he really fits. What's the chat saying? Damn, we got a lot of work to do. Nikita in the house.
Nikita in the house. Who was there? Was there somebody else you liked down here? Not the linebacker, but there was somebody else. I thought. No, I guess this is the best player available right now.
At wide receiver, no, these are wide receivers. Best players are.
Okay.
Best player was the Brashard Smith, halfback, SMU. Quinn Ewers, University of Texas. You like him?
I think he's got potential. I think he needs He needs like a year, but I think he's going to be probably top 5 quarterback in this draft for sure. A lot of people don't, but I do. I think he's good.
In the first round?
No. Top 5 quarterback in this draft class, not first round. No. But if I was a GM or whatever, because I'm not in love with a lot of these quarterbacks. There's only one quarterback I'm in love with that I love a lot that they could start day one is Cam Ward. Everyone else, I feel like, is just a project. that you need to take a flyer on in the second round or third round or whatever if you needed a quarterback. Even Shedeur Sanders, I know a lot of people love him, but I'm not in love with Shedeur Sanders personally. But Cam Ward is probably like my only quarterback I would draft in the first round, even number 1 overall. I like Jackson Dart. I like Quinn Ewers.
I watched Cam and Shedeur train together, and Shadeur's going to surprise some people.
He's all right. I know there's a lot of people that love Shedeur Sanders, and
they don't like how he comes off. They don't like his dad. They don't like a lot of stuff about him. And when you peel off all the extras, he's a good thrower of the football, and he makes decent decisions, very decent decisions, and he'll come back. He's a tough guy. He's tougher than that persona of showing the watch and doing all that. And if you just strip away all the flash and dash, the kid came up. Deion Sanders initially was a quarterback when he was in school. He has tutored his son by bringing in some of the best in the National Football League, one in the same being Tom Brady, whose book is behind me, to bring. I remember him being with him in like his senior year of high school and stuff like that. Train them. Deion's had people come talk to him, and he gets the game, but it's just the flash and the dash that people just are rubbed the wrong way with. He's going to be okay.
I think what's the thing. The problem is like just take away the flash and dash and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in love with his tape in general. And some people like, well, you want to blame the offensive line for that. Well, it's like, okay, even if you blame the offensive line, he's not giving you enough tape regardless. Even if you want to blame, he's like, if there was a guy open, he's hitting that guy. Like he's got accuracy, right? I feel like if he rolls out and he sees a guy, he can nail it. If he sees a guy break out and make that play, he'll make that connection. He's got that arm. I do think he does have accuracy. But when I watched him play and I watched his tape and stuff, I was not in play. I tried to ignore all the Travis Hunter stuff because Travis Hunter is freaking phenomenal. Can make any
Travis Hunter is.
So I pay attention to his other plays outside of Travis Hunter, and I wasn't impressed with those. All those throws were wide open wide receivers. There's one play in particular where I think it's Horn. I think it is. I can't remember, or the other wide receiver. He cuts inside. And people were like, "Oh, he stood in the pocket and he got Shedeur got hit." I'm like, "Okay, that's great. He stood in the pocket. That's the good thing you like to see." But the guy he threw to, he underthrew the ball where the receiver had to come back for the ball, and he was wide open. So I'm not. I think he can be good, obviously, because I'm saying he's accurate and he can hit the guy in stride and stuff like that. But if I'm talking first round, I'm not sold on. I know there's a spectrum of like some people are in love with him. He got top round. I get that. But I'm on the spectrum of like on the opposite end. And that's the thing about Shedeur Sanders. Like that's the controversy, right? Is that no one agrees in the middle with Shedeur. It's either he's this second rounder beyond or he's this top guy. And that's where you and I kind of like, I feel like disagree.
He's polarizing. He is. And I just understand why some people just ain't into the the marketing, doing a song, having a T-shirt, and all of this. But this is kind of the new
I don't care
for these young guys, man.
They
got that NIL thing, and it's going to be good for him. And I'm telling you, it's a lot of them coming behind them that are making business decisions that they didn't necessarily used to make, and they didn't necessarily used to have the wherewithal or the opportunity to really sell their brand and market themselves like in years past, because it was NC2A. You just couldn't do that, but he's got some substance behind it. What I really look for in a quarterback, this is key for me. Can you look receivers off? Can you look safeties off? I want you to be able to look to the left as you drop back and then throw that thing right. I want you to manipulate safeties and linebackers with your eyes. When I find that you can do that, that is my selling point. But if I don't see that a lot, that gives me apprehension. And I hadn't seen it a lot from Shedeur, but I think he can get to that because it's like a year 2 or 3 level thing with a quarterback. Some kids already have it coming out And when you got that going for you, you're gonna be dangerous, young man. That tells me you got a whole understanding of where everybody's supposed to be in your mind, and you're smart enough to look at that coverage because those safeties don't lie to you. Cornerbacks lie. Those safeties don't lie.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So I think Quinn Ewers, though, like he's just more of a pocket passer type guy. He's not phenomenal. Like no one's gonna like love his athletic ability necessarily, but I think he's got top 5 quarterback potentially. I want to draft him here. Like I'm not drafting a quarterback. I think we're good.
Okay.
I'm just trying to talk him up. Like I'm in the minority camp of I like Quinn Ewers more than ever most people do.
If he gets to the right, and that's a lot of it too, Wolfie. You get to the right place in the right system with a good QB coach, a Brian Greasy, a Kubiak, these guys can really develop and show what they do. If you go somewhere, man, and they don't have coaches and understanding of quarterback as an art, as a science, you're going to be kicking up dust on the muddy trail, man. And then they'll expect you to just, hey, well, you the quarterback. Hey, you're supposed to know it all. That could go a different way.
Yeah. I agree with that 110%. Like, it really matters where you go. I think, honestly, if he falls to the Raiders are going to pick him up. I know they got Geno Smith, but with Tom Brady mentoring Shedeur Sanders and with that familiarity, I think they would take Shedeur Sanders and play behind Geno Smith is what they would do in the first round. Because I don't think they're trying to win now kind of type thing. I think they're like they would love to. That'd be great if they
they'll take it. Pete Carroll's going to take it, but he knows that it's some runway there, and we got a year, maybe 2, and we're going to be right where we need to be.
It's kind of like what they did when they got back in Seattle when Pete Carroll got I can't remember the quarterback they got from Green Bay.
Oh,
yeah, they signed a guy from Green Bay.
Win or Lynn, something like that.
He was Lynn or something like that.
He was which comes back up. Like either Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers, and he signed for all that money.
He threw 4 touchdowns in a game or something like that. He looked really good.
And it was a throwaway game, last game of the year. Nobody's playing, but he made a yak of money. Lo and behold, you take a flyer on a 3rd-round kid from Wisconsin, and he's at practice like, hey, this dude a little better than this $11 million dude here. So
I trust the fact that Pete Carroll, if he likes Shedeur Sanders or if Tom Brady likes Shedeur Sanders, he has no problem taking a quarterback at any moment, especially with Geno Smith being as old as he is. He wouldn't mind having a guy he trusts to be a starter and have a backup quarterback. So I think Shedeur Sanders goes top 10. I know it's going to – I don't think he should, obviously, from what I said, but I feel like either the Giants are going to take him because I know the Giants shown a lot of love for him. So I think the Giants might take him, and I think the Raiders would take him if he falls to him. Just watch. Watch. It's going to happen. Trust. Because I've seen Brian Daboll and Shedeur Sanders. There's like – if you go back and look, there's moments where they're like fist bumping each other. They're having great conversations. Brian Daboll's all giddy. He's going to the Giants. Watch. He's either going to Giants or Raiders for sure. But anyway, let's get back to the draft stuff. Sorry.
I was still listening. I was going to just kind of come. I think we take a wide receiver here. Let's go with your guy Nick Nash, San Jose guy.
Because we do great already from
and we need help in the red zone.
Yeah, red zone's been our only issue really.
Definitely.
Oh, I know you're gonna go here. I know you're gonna go here.
Gotta have him. This dude is gonna be nice. That dude can play. That dude can play. Where we going here?
Joshua Gray.
At 249, you can get a kicker and a holder, or you can go crazy here. Where you want long snapper? Any names jumping out? We got another guy from the U. I don't even remember.
Damn.
He might not even play too much.
Play great against Iowa State.
Number 11. Dang, I can't remember him, but
What's
I
his
got a
size?
lot of guys. I got a lot of guys coming this year. I got a lot of guys coming this year. They're gonna
Pause. What's his D tackle? What's the D tackle position look like? I'm dude, it's such a big need, brother.
Yeah, you know, I got D tackles. We got Howard Cross the third. That sounds like he's from royalty. Thor Griffin, Joe Evans from University of Texas, San Antonio. I think that's where Burford went. Eric Gregory from Arkansas, and Nazir Stackhouse. Oh, that sounds great.
Oh, you want to go? You want to go a Larry guy? I'm pretty sure he's still available. You want to get a Larry guy here?
Who you got?
Go to linebacker real quick. See if he's there. This guy, he's in love with this linebacker. He drafts him a lot. I recently did an all Larry Krueger draft, and he drafts this guy a shit ton. It's the guy from what's his name? It's Benda, I think from Texas. Him right there, David Benda. He loves this linebacker. He drafts him every single time.
He put up some good tackles there. 43 looks. His pass rush grade is only a 55, but against the run, 84. Stands at 6 feet 235. So he better be fast. He's got receptions versus 7 out of 8. Yeah, he ain't too much of a cover, but
he's a Drake.
He's a downhill thumper.
We'll see what his 40 was. David Benda. It was E474, but that's Drake Greenlaw ran like I think he ran.
Drake might not have ran very well, but he can cover.
47.3, same thing.
They were same thing? Okay.
For just about 0.01 difference there, but I wouldn't mind taking another linebacker here just in case. Who do we get linebacker wise?
We got my man Buchanan.
Double dip on linebacker. Why not? Late round. And I think last pick, like you said, probably should be like a kicker or a quarterback or something.
Let me see. Do they have kickers in here?
I know the 49ers worked out. Oh, he's not there. No, he's there.
There he is.
They
got my kicker from the U. Andres Baragalus. I'm taking him.
All right. Grading our draft. Here we go.
I got an A on Kelvin. Where I got him. We got a solid B.
A solid B. That's
solid
all right.
B, and got a boatload addressed all the issues.
So real quick. By the way, congratulations. You hit 400.
Hey, did I?
That's 400, brother. Good shit.
Hey, who was the 400?
I think it was Steve-O Supremo. Steve-O Supremo is a troll, but he's not that kind of a troll. He won't lie. He's gonna be like 400.
Steve-O, if you got 400, man, you win some stuff, Steve-O. We don't want to take it back. $3.99 now. All right, oh man, y'all took it back. $3.99. They were doing that to David last night, man. It was this guy Spongy, who's a Philadelphia Eagles fan. Spongy was messing around, and he would be I forgot it was 195 and then take it back 194 something like that. Man.
That's why I'll never make a big deal. Like I'm happy I got subscribers, right? I'm not gonna complain about how much subscribers I got. Like that's always great, especially when it goes higher, right? But I try not to bring it up because there's those trolls out there like, oh well, let's just do a let's give
him the Elon Musk treatment.
All right. So I think with this, we should do like you be perfectly honest and I'll be perfectly honest. Like, what are the things that you liked about this draft? And what are the things you disliked about this draft? And then I'll give my opinion. And you could be like, hey, Wolfie, I didn't like your pick here. I'd much rather have done this and rather get this guy. And I'll do it vice versa. So that would be kind of like break it down and we both have, because I think there was moments in this draft where you really didn't like certain picks that I had or moves that I did that I wanted to do. And I already told you the ones I didn't like already, but I think as a conversation, that wouldn't be bad. But I do have these bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad.
Let me clip up my stuff here. We got a lot of quality out. Can y'all see that? No, you can't see that. Okay, cool. So who was 400, or am I still at 400? Did it dip back? Good show, Steve-O Supreme. Steve-O Supreme, you win the life supply of uh rice-a-roni, uh the San Francisco treat. No, I'm just joking. Uh Whoever was if Steve-O, if you were 400, man, and I hope you were, you get this great calendar by Red Jet Shell. It is of the San Francisco area. Just pictures galore. If you're a 49er fan, you got Levi's Stadium up in there, man. All through the year, you're going to be reminded of the great city of San Francisco, along with the team of destiny, the San Francisco 49ers, and that's for 2025. So you still got some meat on the bone there. And Rod's gonna do a little something, and I'm gonna send you a Tarrerdome t-shirt, uh, red or black. I think I don't know. Send me your size. I'm gonna Steve, are you on Twitter or I say
Red Jet Shell Series says it wasn't Steve-O. That was $3.99.
oh, it won't him?
No, apparently according Steve-O said it wasn't me.
Okay.
I think he says I'm three. I think here the comment is $3.99 now. I'm gonna be 400. I don't understand that. I think it's because he's unfollowing and then wait for the 400 mark and then probably. I think that was what he was joking by. But I mean, if no one else claims it, might as well just give it to him. I guess he's closest one to 400. But it's up to you. It's your price.
Whoever's at 400, whoever was my 400, hit me up with your information and that email address, and I will put a banner in here. Look at that.
Get a banner, yo. Damn. That's pretty cool, though, dude. Rewarding your subscribers. That's dope, man. And you get a t-shirt. I'd go red, 110%. Gotta go red.
Hit me up there. And if you are the 400th, just tell me your information in terms of size for the t-shirt and your address. And 400th gets some good stuff there. We trying to give away stuff.
That's pretty cool stuff, actually, man. A shirt and a calendar. That's dope.
Yeah, you get a calendar, and I think Rod Cali was gonna donate some music of some sort as well. Or he's man, these guys are so daggone talented. Rod Cali can do miracles with your thumbnail, and he's a photographer. A lot of his work is seen at fine hotels all across the Eastern Seaboard. If you stayed at and Rod, correct me if I'm wrong, a Hilton or a Marriott, those photographies, those pictures you see in the lobby, in rooms and stuff like that, our Rod Cali did. So, you know, all right. Rod Cali 247, that's my man.
No doubt. Check him out. So what didn't you like about this draft and the moves we made, and what did you like about the moves that we made?
I kind of like how you wanted to go ahead and trade back all the way to 27. And here's why. My philosophy is if you don't see that life-changing, game-breaking, gonna be in a Pro Bowl for the next 5 years guy, go ahead and trade back. And we did. It took it to we basically fleeced the daggone Baltimore Ravens, and it parlayed into like everything we were gonna get anyway. You got defensive tackles, 1, 2, 3 of them. I got my lineman, a decent lineman, a decent tackle. I would have loved to got a center, but we ain't gonna do that with centers anyway. I need to get Brennan up out of there. I thought we'd do it through free agency, but we wound up not doing it. I'm still holding out beyond all hope that someone or something came. Maybe Nugent will step forward, or
Hennessy,
who's Hennessy or Nugent,
Ben Barch. Yeah, there's like 3 other options. I think I'll be disappointed if none of them can beat out Brendel. That'd be actually wild to me. But That'd be crazy. I think one of them could easily beat out Brendel in that. I'm not gonna get upset about the Brendel thing until it's confirmed. I'm gonna give Hennessy, Nugent, Zakel, and Ben Bartz their opportunity to beat out Brendel for that job. I'm not gonna freak out about that just yet, but I promise the Wolfpack, everyone, I will freak out with you if it's declared that Brendel's our actual starter. I'll freak out then. I'm not gonna freak out now until I know for sure.
He likes Brendel a lot. That's why I don't like Forrester so much. He's still
he fights for Brendel.
Pisses on our face and tell us it's raining with Brendel, and I can't. Even Cohen and all of our people, Miyoko, is like, hey, what do you think about Brendel? Oh, he's good. He's good. He's great. He's great. Yeah, he's a wonderful guy, wonderful human being. Good.
Like we don't have eyeballs, bro. We see. Yeah, we watch the games, man.
he was turned around looking at Brock when he was.
Oh my god!
What are you doing? And then they manhandling him, man. And Brendel, if you're seeing this, man, you're probably a wonderful, great guy and a wonderful human being, but I can't have you out here protecting Brock Purdy, man. You bringing a butter knife to a gunfight, man. It's got to be something different. We got to have something different. Other than that, the Kelvin Banks pick, I know you had a lot of reservations with, but I need a decent tackle that can come in here and spell McKivitz, and McKivitz can become a swing if need be, because Trent is simply getting up there. Yeah. And it might not be the greatest tackle. Obviously, the best tackle that we could get would have been Membo, but Membo won't dare at the time. And of what I guess I could have went with Ursary. If I had seen that he was down there, Ursary I like a little bit better than Banks, but Banks was ranked higher than him and sitting right there at that 27 pick, thusly the A. He was a 20, ranked a 20. So it was just great value for it at that moment. But other than that, man, we got the edge, we got the tight end, or I'll let you, counter on that for it.
Yeah. Okay, if the 49ers believe in Kelvin Banks, if they personally believe, if they were to draft him themselves, I would be open-minded to the idea. I'm not going to be cynical and be like, you drafted the guy I hate. How dare you? I'm going to give him a shot, right? I'm not going to shut down the idea that he's going to be bad. But if I'm doing a mock draft, I would avoid him at all costs. I do not think he's good whatsoever, in my opinion. There's busts all the time, and I could be wrong, like by a mile. This guy could be the greatest left tackle we ever seen. It's possible. But if I'm making my prediction as busts, I'm going to throw Calvin Banks out there. And that's the only reason why I didn't like it. But if he turns out to be phenomenal and great, I'll take it. But at 27, I probably would have took Walter Nolan. I like Gray Zabel more. I would have took him there. And I know the tackle issue is a problem. Like, we need to get a tackle because Trent Williams is getting older. Right tackle, you got, what's his name, McKivitz. But if we're talking projects, someone you want to take over next year, I think the guy from Rutgers, that tackle, I can't think of his name right now. Pierce, I think something Pierce. I can't think of his first name. Anthony Belton. I think Cameron Williams, who plays right tackle for Texas, probably would have been better to play.
Belton from NC State, yeah, he's good.
Belton, yeah. So I think those players, if you're thinking about the future wise, someone to take over from, I think a 1 year learn under the 49ers kind of type thing. Those players you could have got in the third round or whatever probably would have been better projects, in my opinion. And at that point, get Walter Nolan. You could have got there, I think, or another edge rusher, I think, would have been nice. Or, like I said, Gray Zabel. I love Gray Zabel because I know he can play center or guard. And I know people say that Kyle doesn't trust these centers at rookie centers or whatever. Well, he could play guard, and we know he plays guards, year one. But if he would probably be a good backup center to Brendel, probably even beat out Brendel with an opportunity, or if Brendel gets hurt, someone or whoever ends up being the center, he has an opportunity to steal that job. So I love him.
They got and NFL Buzz has Banks ranked the number one tackle coming out. He's just incredible
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's just incredible value. Josh Simmons is injured. Will Campbell never really sets the world on fire for me. I like Mimbo. I would. They must have made this prior to the draft or the combine because Mimbo just came out there and really increased his thing.
Mimbo was originally like he was originally like an early second round kind of type thing and started developing hype. And then he was first connected at 11 to the 49ers. I can't remember by who in January. And then he started building more hype and got more hype. And it's like, well, you got to believe the hype. He looks phenomenal. The reason why people didn't like Mimbo in the first place is because he's 6'3". He's not your biggest right tackle or tackle in general, but he's got the arms. He's got the power. He's got the speed. He's got it all, man. He's phenomenal. He can play guard or tackle, and I've loved that pick since January at 11 from Membu. I've always backed that.
Membu's a beast.
He's an absolute beast. But Josh Simmons, if it wasn't for that injury that he tore, I can't think of the name of the tendon, but he tore the tendon between the kneecap
patella. And yeah, you can't if you tear a patella tendon,
that can end your career.
That is somebody else had that. It won't Kinlaw. Somebody had a torn patella.
And it ended their career. I can't remember.
And we can't. I can't go with those hurt guys no more, man.
But if he didn't get hurt, brother, man.
He would have been number one
in the draft.
It'd have been over. Good. He was still ranked. Look how high he's ranked with a torn patella. This is like going to the Olympics in your foot has been removed and you're still lining up next to Usain Bolt. It's like, hey, he still can compete. This is a lot, unless modern science has done a wonderful thing on him. I know down at the combine, man, that's when I found out it was a torn patella and not an ACL. When I heard it was an ACL, you might can work back on an ACL. They can work with you. You'll be back. But that patella scares me to death. I was going to have Coach Desi come on and talk to us about the difference in the two. But I have heard nothing good about trying to come back off a torn patella.
Yeah, well, it's not like if it was like an arm muscle or a tendon in your arm or your shoulder, I think you'd come back for something like that. But you, as a lineman, you're working with your knees and your feet and your legs the most. So it's kind of like it's not just. It's like the most worst place you could possibly have.
Yeah, this is the job.
It's using your knees. So, but I absolutely am in love with Josh Simmons, and it breaks my heart that we can't get him because of that injury. And especially if he's going to go in the first round still anyway, which is crazy. It just shows you how good he was. But it's like it sucks that we used all of our injury-prone or injured players like on Kinlaw, for example. We used those tickets already. Can't do it anymore. Same thing with drafting a kicker thing. We used our ticket on that.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Can't do it anymore.
Can't do it again.
Can't do it.
But, moving up to get a quarterback from South Dakota State or North Dakota State. No, can't do it. Can't do it. No, never, ever. Ever.
My favorite picks in this draft, though, real quick. This is a hot take. A lot of people aren't in love with Jared Ivey, but just watch. He's gonna be. I'll put my reputation on it. He's gonna be great. So not a lot of people love that, but I love it. I don't know if I'll take my 43 just because I feel like he's gonna fall in the third round, but I could be wrong. I like Pegues, but my favorite one, and I hate to be a Larry Krueger merchant here. Okay, I truly do. Is that Kyle Monangia?
Yeah,
he deserves a lot more hype.
His film looks good. Let him fall.
No drops, no fumbles.
I love that people aren't paying attention to him or bringing his name up. He's going to be there. And with the exit of Anthony Mason, it'll be real. Running back is the one position that is so instinctive and innate. If he's got the talent, if he's got the goods, he's gonna get on the field and be productive. And as a rookie, we got stringent things on the blocking assignments, but man, if you can run that rock, you're going to be seen very, very early and very, very often. And I like what I saw, how he holds that ball good, high and tight. It should be at least 4 points of contact when you're holding that ball. I know it looks sweet when the running back got it all out here, and we used to see Walter Payton used to hold that thing like a loaf of bread, but Walter Payton could do that. But man, you better have it high and tight. Like he carries it like
Tiki. He runs weird, but it's like this. It's like super tight to his chest and just like, yeah.
It was a coach for New York, Tom Coughlin, who said, Tiki, if you fumble this damn ball one more time, I'm going to kill you. Look, this is how you're going to carry it from now on. And it looked funny, but Tiki parlayed that thing all the way to a Super Bowl. They didn't win. They went against that buzzsaw, the Baltimore Ravens in that year, but he got a lot of productivity off of that, man. And this kid is doing it off instinct. I like it. I like it a lot. He has never fumbled.
Mad potential. But who is your favorite pick in this draft so far?
Andrew Makuba.
Andrew Makuba, 91.
Andrew Makuba Gooden Jr. Andrew Makuba.
Day one starter safety for sure.
Love Andrew Makuba. I was the one first. Even Chapman didn't realize he was on that Texas team. I as soon as I saw his tape, I said, Chapman, are you harboring the next Earl Thomas and didn't tell me?
Right.
He said who you talking about? Who you talking about? I said, have you seen this guy? And he's like, oh man, I did. He transferred from Clemson. He was a former slot corner, and they kicked him into safety in Texas. So that NIL and transfer portal kids are getting a little shuffled and lost. And you might have saw a kid early as a freshman. He was a freshman of the year in Clemson, and then he moves over to Texas, and you lose track of that, But man, we need a free safety. We need it better than Peter need the Lord, as my mom would say. He's a true free. We don't have free safety. We got box guys here. Jair Brand's a box guy. Mustafa. Thinking Lion King. Mustafa is a box guy. A good box guy, but a box guy nonetheless.
He's Trey Greenlaw, but a safety is how I look at him.
You need a free, yeah. A strong safety is a small linebacker. A free safety is a big corner. That's kind of how you got to look at it.
Yeah. Makuba, it's a great pick. I don't think we got a lot of depth at safety right now, but I kind of ignored safety a little bit in like previous mock drafts just because the other needs like you have next year and stuff like that to address the safety stuff. But if you ended up getting Makuba, I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't complain. I'd be like, you got yourself in my opinion, a starting free safety in the third rounds who would be great in this defense. I think that's a great pick. The only thing I didn't like, and I know you went for him because he's your guy, he's on your team and stuff like that. I can look past the Calvin Banks one just because, again, I'll be a little more open-minded to that. But in a mock draft situation, the Aurora one, tight end, where you had Fenton Jr. on the board later on, that hurt me a lot. Yeah, I'm not that stabbed me in the chest.
I didn't see Fenton down there. They ranked him so low. I just assumed he was already gone, and I didn't
there at
see him down there.
He would have been there like 91 potentially. Yeah, that.
Yeah, they kind of screwed me on that one. That was my fault. I didn't look all the way down on the list. Not think. I mean, if you got Ferraris and you put them all the way down at the bottom of the list, I was like, well, I didn't know you were doing that. That's why I picked up the daggone Ford.
But if he's good though, if he's good in the end, if Aurora, I can't say his name for some reason. Mm-hmm. He turns out to be good in the end. That's really what matters the most. Like if he helps out the team, that's what matters the most. But in a draft terms, people, if he doesn't work out, if Elijah doesn't work out, people are gonna look back like in this situation, like, oh, you could have got Fanning and you didn't, and it's just kind of like I'm looking at that aspect of stuff.
They'd be like, oh
and
no, Fanning.
Yeah, because you know how it is. Like if you draft a guy and it doesn't work out, you could be like, you could have got this other guy in the 4th round. It's like
you
don't know that
me.
4th round's 4th round, dog. Like dude, those are hits. Those are like the further you go down the draft, the more likely that person's not going to work out compared to someone on the top end of the draft. Like that's really kind of look at it. So.
And they had Harold Fanning. See, NFL Buzz has him ranked 3rd overall in terms of tight ends, with Arroyo 4th. But the way
he's the best tight end in the draft, I think.
PFF had Fanning all the way down here under Ferguson, and all I saw was Arroyo. It looked like
blocks too, man. That's what I think is kind of weird. Like he blocks too. Like he's not a terrible blocker from what I've researched. They say he's actually a good blocker. Like he's not the greatest in the draft, but he's still good. I think Mason Taylor, I've heard, is the best blocker in this draft. One of the best. He's pretty good, I've heard. But Fenton Jr., man, if you watch him play, he's just it's so fun to watch. Like when I watch his highlights, I get so giddy. I call it the giddy meter. And he makes my giddy meter go off. I go, he's so good. Look at him. When I see Fenton Jr., I just get so giddy. He's so good. Everyone else in this tight end draft, my giddy meter did not go off. Everyone else was like, okay, he's good. You know, I like him. Fenton Jr. is the only tight end in this draft that made me just like fall in love, and I lost my mind.
And I just feel solid about it. I seen Fanning on film, and he looks really, really great. But what is that, Bowling Green it's Bowling Green.
Bowling Green.
Compared to that, hey man, 15 pounds, and I'm telling you, I was supposed to be challenging for a national championship for him, and Cam Ward was throwing him these rocks. And again, they're ranking. He's 85.6. Which is a little ahead of it, but he's 84.6. They're virtually the same. If you look at their intangibles and height, weight, one's from Canton, Ohio, the other from Frisco, Texas, is where Arroyo's from. He's in the heart of Dallas country. So you know how that's going to go when we play them Cowboys. But he does have 90 on short receiving, 90 on intermediate, deep threat as a night. Yeah, he's bad. If
Kittle gets hurt, man, with Luke Farrell blocking, and you had him in there, oh my God, so good.
They nice.
Question: I don't know if you have time, if you want to do this, but I don't know if you're interested in doing double mock drafts or anything like that, but we could do a timed one, and we do not trade back. It would go by faster, and you'd be timed.
Let's do it.
If you're interested in that, okay.
Let's do it.
And this is what I like to do in the lives. If I take forever, like in a time draft, when the clock goes out and we haven't picked anybody yet, the chat gets to pick a player. But
the chat will pick the player,
and they get to pick anyone. So if they wanted to pick a kicker and completely ruin it, they could. If they wanted to troll, they could. And that's what I think that would be kind of. I think that would be kind of fun.
Make sure Brian Cope is not in this.
You're like, that motherfucker will pick
Cope, man. Do you know Brian Cope?
No. I just got based on your vibes and how you're talking. Like,
Cope,
for a fact, this guy will say kicker.
Cope is the guy who would, if fantasy football would let you, Cope would go with all kickers.
Damn.
He thinks a kicker is the deal. I think he played kicker when he was in school. Do you want me just start it? And are we going to – we're still the 49ers, right?
Yeah, we're still going to 49ers, but the moment that it hits –
no trades, and we're just going, right?
We're just going, but the moment I'll say 1, 2, 3, go, I'll start the clock. Do you want to do 5 minutes or 3 or 4?
Let's go with 3 minutes. Let's ratchet it up. I wish I had the timer on that thing.
I got a clock. I'll start a timer here.
All right, here you go. Y'all gonna be on. It's official. Y'all gonna be on the clock.
You guys, by the way, chat. If the clock goes off, I won't lie. I won't be like, oh, we need like 2 more seconds. I won't do that. I will say, okay, chat. You guys decide who we pick here, and you guys completely ruin this draft. will totally hurt me a lot, but I take mock drafts personal for some reason, even though it's like it's not the end of the world.
I heard you the other night when they snake your pick.
You bitch! I'm so upset, dude.
I got a show with him. He's wide open out here. Oh, you took my guy. he missed the tag. You sound like Bob Uecker. All right.
Well, like Jared Wilson was like I wasn't concerned because he was supposed to be like 75th ranked or 80 ranked. I was like, okay, it might be a little reach for anyone else. Not concerned. Literally the pick before I picked, they take him. I was upset. Yeah. All right. 3 minutes.
All right, here we go.
3 minutes. All right, here we go. I'm ready.
And clock starts now. 49ers, you're on the clock.
All right, it's going. Who we got? Why can't Bamboo follow us, man?
I'm looking all the way down here now. All the way down here.
I say take a D tackle here for sure. Either Kenneth
D
Grant
tackle,
or I think Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan. I feel like you get him if you want him, or Derek Harmon would be my vote.
I got to go with Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan is my pick. The pick is in. I'm going.
All right. Let's. I'll shut the clock.
Next up, we're at 43. Pick 43.
All right, and start.
All right, who would you want here?
I don't think Demetrius Knight goes this high, or I feel like he's going to be a third-round pick. I think that's a little crazy to me. Edge, I think you go edge. Because I think like you get another D tackle in the third later if you wanted to, but Princely, I love Princely.
I like Princely too. Let's go.
Let's go Princely. Okay. All
right, we're on the 75th pick. We're in the third round.
I think you. I still think you should go D-line here and get the best of both worlds. Get a D tackle of some kind. Who's available at D tackle?
You got Vernon again, and he's right here at
gonna fall.
Yeah, Deion Walker, which is a reach. And people. I think we go with our offensive line guy here, and let me show you this tackle. I got to have this tackle. This is my first tackle I wanted. Yes, I like Sevilla. I like him.
I like him a lot too. I'll take him. Guard, perfect. Start day one.
He is done.
He's a day one starter. All right, and we're good. Start.
All right.
Makuba is still there. I know you like Makuba a lot.
You know where I'm
Jr. is there too, dude. Oh my Lord. That's the tough
decisions. I'm okay. I'm okay either way. I'm gonna leave it to you. Which one you want?
Oh my God, it hurts because we have depth at tight end, but we also could use a free safety. But we have safety depth, sort of. And he's not. None of these guys are falling to 113. I'd be shocked. So, but I just think Fenton Jr. he's the best tight end in the draft, in my opinion, when it comes to receiving. I don't know about blocking, but when it comes to receiving, to me, he's the best tight end in this draft. If Kill gets hurt, I think it's a perfect replacement. Free safety, I know Makuba's out there, but he might fall to 113 potentially. But if I feel like I trust Robert Saleh with the safeties we got.
Okay.
Like I trust him a lot. Exactly. Ellison says always take best player available. I don't think always you should, but if they're close together, if you got need and someone you love, and then best player available, if they're close together, you gotta go. I say Fenton Jr.
Fenton Jr. is pulled. The trigger is pulled.
All right.
And
the Kuba's not there. Damn.
Jacksonville took him. Punch of
bastards.
You. All right. We're on the clock at 1:13.
Clock is rolling.
Let me scroll all the way down.
So linebacker, I think. Did we get a second D tackle? No, we didn't. That's right, we didn't because
we got Nolan, Princely, Jonah, and Harrell.
I say go get a second D tackle, or if you want a linebacker here, it would be bad if you could find. Well, no, you get one later. That's right, with Buchanan. Running back, you get him later. Corner, I guess corner and D tackle, I think should be the option here.
Okay. If it's
and I'll let you make that decision, man, because honestly, I don't I like Pegasus. If you want to go CJ West, I wouldn't be mad at you at 113. You know the corners I like, the ones. If Melo's there, I don't think he is. He's not. Kobe Bryant, like people want to be him. I think he's a safety though. So
I like Pegasus. I like Pegasus. He's a big boy too, 325. Let's go.
How
Pegasus.
do you feel about Noah Williams though? Noah Williams from Cal. I think he's fantastic.
Great grade on him. I haven't looked at film on him.
I think he's got 7. He led the league, college in interceptions. He has 7 of them. I want to say, real quick, we got time, 1 minute and 30 seconds, but let me just check. Hold on. Because you already know who you want to get.
Great size, strong press man corner. Wouldn't be bad here. Wouldn't be bad.
4.5 speed, so it's okay. It's not the greatest, but still good.
It's a little slow.
Melo Dotson and Kobe Bryant are slower than him. But I think he's going to be a steal in the 5th if you were to get him there, but in the 4th, I wouldn't mind him. But get your guy, man. If you like Pegasus, I wouldn't hate either. I think we need a second tight end, so I'm not going to complain.
We'll come back. We'll circle back. 123. We might be able to pull it off.
Might be able to pull it off.
It's 113. 138. That's going to be tight.
47 seconds. All right,
Pegasus. We stand stout.
Pegasus. All right. I actually like this draft a lot so far.
It's just a good draft. Yeah, just a picking. Just a picking.
Alu Wafemi from UCLA. I know Kruger loves him, and I know the 49ers have interviewed him a lot, but he's drafted this guy. I don't love this guy. I think he's okay, but Kruger loves him a lot and drafts him all the time.
I don't mess with those Pac-10 defensive linemen.
You're like, I'm not a Pac. You hate the Pac-10, brother.
Not for defensive linemen. I'd rather go up here and get a wide receiver. For whatever reason, this guy jumps out to me. I saw him play Colorado. He's skinny, but man, he plays really, really hard, and he catches the ball really good. I like that kid.
He's a toe tapper. He has multiple toe tap highlights. I've seen that. He can do what's the word I'm looking for? Underneath routes pretty well, slants and stuff like that. I've seen him do that pretty well. I actually like Torrey Holton. I'm not in love with him, but I like him.
That's what we do here.
Do you think though that the running backs? Yeah, he'll be there. He's like a 176 ranking. Yeah, I'm all for it. Oh shit, let's do Torrey. Oh, Torrey almost fell backwards.
We did Torrey Holton.
All right.
Here,
gotta get that running back right. Is that what you're thinking too?
I'm thinking
safety.
I thought my safety was here. Bowman from
Billy Bowman,
Oklahoma, but they picked him up. Somebody got him.
Where did they pick him?
Them Jacksonville Jaguars again.
Damn, dude, they got our draft board. That's messed up.
Come on, man. And they got Makuba, and then you came back and got my second guy. Which y'all just
like you don't need to do.
Who is that? that ain't nobody but Trent Baalke, the legend of Trent Baalke, just screwing me again.
Oh, they got a new GM over there. Gladstone, some really young guy. He looks like a 12-year-old. But that bastard took our guy.
He's like a computer kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was at the podium the other night. I was like, who is that dude?
All right, so Nick Nash. We already got a wide receiver, though, so I think Nick Nash will be great later. But we got to get that running back, right? Do you agree with that?
Sounds good.
Honestly, I would take him in every single mock draft I possibly do.
We're in the 5th round. You know, we can look at running backs.
We got 160, though, right? So where is he at? 174. Do you think he'll be there?
He should be there, but they have a habit of screwing us over, man. He's at he's got a 174 rank. We're at 147 right now. You know what? Screw it. Let's go ahead and get him because they're gonna
make sure we get our guy. Yeah,
they're gonna screw us.
I'm drafting him every single time just because the value you get of him, how good he is. I know people like Scatabo. I know people like these other guys, but I'm talking about value, and I know he'll start if he were to play.
And he doesn't make mistakes, which is so pivotal.
Kyle loves that too, so it's potentially a guy he probably would take there for sure. But he likes fast guys like Tootin. I'm not a big fan of Tootin. Did you know that Tootin has 9 fumbles in 2 seasons?
Come on, man. Really?
9. He's the fastest guy in the draft, but he has 9 fumbles.
Can't have it. Can't put it on the ground. Can't put it on the ground. I can't have it.
Can't have it at all, man. I totally agree with that. So I think another D tackle wouldn't be bad. We still need a linebacker, but I feel like we can get those two guys that we liked at the back end. Danny Stutt.
Yeah, he's at 218, so we're at 160 now.
What positions do we need now? We got wide receiver, we got tight end, we got running back, we got O-line,
linebacker.
So address offensive. There's one D tackle, linebacker. We still need corner and safety. So all defense, I think, from here on out.
I think we got 2 D tackles. We
got 2 D tackles, but
yeah.
I'm all about depth right now. But I understand. Let's go linebacker and corner, safety. So
let me get this linebacker. I gotta get this linebacker.
At 160? He'll go. You think he'll be there at 220?
Yeah, because our next pick is 227 and he's at 218, so I gotta go ahead and get him.
Do it. Can't miss your guy. Do it. A lot of people 49ers fans will love that pick because I've seen a lot of 49ers fans rave about him. So I say we take that D tackle. It's highly
you want that D tackle? If that D tackle, if he's still there, it's made in heaven. Let me see.
So he's ranked 76th, but everyone else here doesn't want him at 2. Like what?
I got to take him on sheer value. Yeah, man.
Yeah, for sure. Dude.
I got to get that A. That's going to bring the GPA up. That's like taking advanced basket weaving in college and getting that A to kick the GPA up.
No doubt. All right, we got 2 picks left.
2 picks left.
What's linebacker we got left? I think it's Danny Stutzman's not going to be there. He's gone. Joshua Gray, I think, could play center in the future from Oregon State. I think I could be wrong. I'm sure his profile should say
6'4", 310.
He's a left tackle.
He used to be a 4-year starter at left tackle.
One of the few players to stay in head coach.
Moved to the inside guard. 2023 all BA competition, reasonably great. Hey, I ain't mad.
Fits the bill. Like he's a zone blocker, so outside zone blocker.
The guy only allowed 3 sacks in 2 years. 3 sacks in 3 years. Yeah, man. Let's take this dude.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take a shot. 7th round pick. I'm not gonna complain. This guy's potential.
And our final pick at 252, Mr. Irrelevant.
Get that
for
guy.
Us.
Get that one guy. You're you guy, man. You're kicker.
Oh, the kicker.
Yeah, if he doesn't beat out Jake Moody, it's not gonna end the world. End up cutting him. You know what I mean?
Gotta give him a kicker.
Yeah. All right. Grade this draft. If we don't get an A, bro, I'm throwing my phone. D plus.
We got a B.
We got a B. We got D plus for that Walter Nolan pick. Are you serious?
Yeah, and it was they don't value the defensive interior the way we did at 11.
I think at 11, I don't think they take a part of need. Like he was a top 3 D tackle in their grade. Well, I guess 4 because it was Mason, Grant, Harmon, then Walter Nolan. But there's 3 D tackles left, all first round picks, and it's a need at that. Why is that? That's crazy. That's a D plus to me.
I think they got mad because we got all the Ole Miss guys.
2 straight Ole Miss dudes. 3. We got 3 at the entire D-line.
Ole Miss and the U will be flying off the shelf. I'm telling you. It's going to be like toilet paper during daggone COVID-19. Ole Miss and U.
No doubt. I noticed that too on the mock drafts. Like, I like Vegas. I like Ivy. I like Princely. I like Walter Nolan. Just like all these Ole Miss dudes. It's the same thing with Michigan. So, like, the D-line that people are going to really take a part of is Michigan and Ole Miss, it seems, because Michigan has Josiah Stewart, who's like a Jalen Walker type. You have Kenneth Grant, who some say is the best run stopping D tackle in this draft. Walter Nolan, your best one-on-one, like, kind of type D tackle with a lot high upside. Sorry, not Walter Nolan. Mason Graham. A lot of people compare Mason Graham.
Mason Graham's going to go. They're picking him like at least 5, most of the time 5, if not.
Would you be upset if like we traded up to get him?
Who, Mason?
Yeah, I don't think he's trade up worthy. If you ask me. if he falls to you. I wouldn't hate it. I personally don't love. While you think about that, I personally don't love Mason Graham. I think that you know that already, but I think he's going to be good. I just don't think he's as good as people make him out to be.
Traditionally, it's just not acceptable to look at an interior defensive guy and value him that high. Unless it was Ndamukong Suh, who
His
else
production wasn't that great though either in college. Like I guess he played next to Kenneth Grant and Josiah Stewart, who are be later high picks, right? But
yeah,
his production, he has 2.5 sacks, I think, this year.
Even Aaron Donald didn't go. Who was Aaron Donald? Aaron Donald
went like 12 or something like
that.
And but he had the reason why he went down so far. He had the production. He had like 16 sacks, a lot of tackles for loss. I looked at his stats. And I'm like, oh my god, this guy's really good. But the reason why he fell, from what I did my research, was because of his size. Because he was like 6'1", I think, or something like that.
Yeah, short guy at Pitt though. You get those Pitt Panthers. I love Pitt Panthers. I like BC guys and Pitt Panthers and secondary guys from Ohio State. They just work. I don't know. They're good coaching or something. They just keep churning them out. They just good.
That's another one, I guess. Yeah, Ohio State's got Tequil Williams, supposed to be like the 5th or 4th D tackle ranked in some of these mock drafts.
And
who I think
Sawyer.
is great.
Sawyer's supposed
Jack
to be
Sawyer.
And they won a national championship, right?
Yeah, and also Jack Sawyer's clutch. I know a lot of people like JTT, but we talked about earlier. I think JTT is just he has the production. We saw his stats, right? We saw him there, but there's something about him when I watch him play where I'm just like, it kind of seems like the player.
He doesn't jump off the screen. Sawyer was making more plays to me in those big games than he was, but people don't like Sawyer. They were like, stay away from Sawyer. He's, he ain't. All I see is what I see. When I watch the game, they're good.
Yeah, dude, he makes. I don't know. Maybe it's because, and I'm just making up shit. This is my own opinion. Maybe it's because the quarterback's moving away from Jack Sawyer and is running into JTT. That's
maybe that could be.
So
it's the old Scooby Doo trick.
yeah.
Run them out of the house. I would have made it if it weren't for those darn kids. Yeah.
Who are your top 5 pass rushers? Like you don't have to be perfect about it, but like if you were to just quickly rank them, because I'm not asking you to like have to be a perfect top 5, but like on the top of your head, like who would you be like, okay, in the second round, we can get this guy and he'll start day 1 and be good.
All right, hold on.
Because I think top 5 would be, especially in this draft class. At 43, I wouldn't complain. I can think of 5 right now at 43. That's another thing. Like value matters too as well. So like if we miss out a guy we like at 11 pass rusher wise, there's a guy at 43 that would be like your 4th or 5th D end. That will be good too. That will start day 1 too. So it's not the end of the world to miss out on those number 1 guys.
As a matter of fact, I was already. I had built this before draft season.
Oh shit, we got an XL coming up.
You know it. I was already looking at things early on, just looking at their height and weight and weighing their productivity and all. These are the guys I was looking at.
Mike Green over Abdul Carter. What's happening here?
Yeah, that's how I had it. That's how I had it. And I ranked and looked at their PFF scores. I looked at their height and weight, their productivity in terms of sacks, hits, hurries, and balls batted down. Made a metric, formed what do? I do as you can tell, I use Excel a lot at work, doing data analysis and all types of good stuff. And I made a chart, charting them out, everything, looking at the upside of one and the other. And this is how I came up with percentages on statistically as a pro. This is what you're looking at.
Real quick, not to interrupt you real quick, but just to talk to Tig Brown here, he says, y'all talking this shit when y'all ain't even know know the front office, you're all going to change our perspective. It's not about changing your perspective. It's about us having a conversation. It's about valuing my opinion, your opinion, Tara's opinion, and just having a conversation at the end of the day of who we love, who we don't like. We understand that the front office is not watching us. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. The same thing with the people in the comments. It's not about me trying to be like, I know better than you guys, so you better listen to me. I'm changing your opinion right now. No, this is about having a conversation about the players we like, players we don't like, agreeing, disagreeing, and just like, you ever just want to be on a couch and have a conversation with somebody and like you don't agree on everything, but you're not trying to change the perspective. You're just trying to have that conversation. That's what it is. It's just about having one big conversation. It's not about trying to like one up someone else or try and make someone look stupid or, you don't know better. I know better. I'm smarter than you. You're dumb. It's not that. It's at the end of the day, we're trying to just have a conversation because we love football and we love the 49ers and we love the draft.
Everything he said.
Yeah.
That's my main man, Wolfie. That's why I kick it with the Wolf man. We'll sit here and talk 4 or 5 hours. How long we been on? Oh, we've been here 2 hours, 30 minutes. Hey, show hated for the competition. I know I'm in on some other people's stuff, but hey, it's better here with me and Wolfie. And for the guy who said something, y'all sitting here like that. Yeah, this is what I do. Yeah. when you're not thinking of anything else, I'm thinking football. I'm looking in terms of film. I'm breaking down all. I got a telestrator on here, dude. I be doing everything. What was I looking at before here? Let me see.
Aeneas Peebles above. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Okay, you're honest. I love it. I love your honesty. You're blowing me away, bro. Pause. But I'm telling you,
I looked at it, and this was just just checking out their productivity, just and adding in PFF grades and everything like that. Yeah. I just this is how I get there. Let me see. Let me share some more of my screen for the average. Y'all sitting here doing this and doing that, dude. When I tell you I look at stuff, I'm looking at stuff all the time. This is what I do, man. This is what I do. This is that linebacker that they gave a D, but look at him. Look at him. Look at his steps. Getting to the rock. Who do that look like? Look at him. Look at him.
Who's this?
Just making plays long, and then gave him the. Did you see him giving the Kempe Mutombo? Number 10. Look at him. Eyes. Run. Inside out. Boom. That's a linebacker there.
Buchanan here?
Yeah, that's Buchanan.
Damn.
Turning that thing up. Okay. Look at him. You go to the eyes, coming. Look at you see it. You see the dive? Who do that dive look like? Who do that remind you of?
Little Fred Moore stuff. He's got a good tackle box, man. Like if you try to escape his tackle box, he'll get to you.
Look at him. Looking down here. Come on.
You could feel that energy coming off him, actually. That's crazy.
Look at it. Give me that.
Read those eyes.
Look at the athleticism here.
He's looking over there. Back. Oh, my God. You wanted that one.
That dude. Out there on screens.
Okay.
Who do that?
Okay, I see it.
Who do that? That's my dude, man. This is what I do. This is what I'm always looking, bro.
Scoring is the second best guy in the draft. Edge rusher in the draft. You think so? I think so. I like him more. I like him and then Nick Gordon just because like if you're asking like day one starter talent, second best in my opinion. Run stopper and pass rusher wise. Like he could do both those things. But I think James Pierce, if he's able to be coachable, if he's given a year, he could be the best pass rusher in this draft. Even better than Abdul Carter, I think, in the future. Not talking like year one, but going back to your Buchanan thing there, man.
Yeah.
Like that looked I got a little giddy there. Okay. Yeah, I like that.
It's got some giddy on the giddy meter.
Well, I liked what I saw in that small sample size there.
Yeah.
I liked his urgency. I liked his decision. Like he just makes his decision. Like he knows what he's going to do. He hits that hole or he looks for that hole from that small sample size.
Yes, sir.
And he hits his target.
He's shuffling. He opens. He shuffles to the eyes. You shuffle to the eyes. Then when you see that quarterback break the bow, they call it breaking the bow. you're on there in terms of where that quarterback is looking, and you're on a swivel to where he's going. And that's how you coach it. That's how you teach it. And he's executing that at a high rate of speed over and over repeatedly. I like what I see, and he's able to go inside, or you can kick him outside to what's on the strong side versus a tight end, and he can hold his own. He can hold his own in the red zone. When he got up to tip that pass, the goal is 10 feet, and he's up there near that goal with his athleticism. So the kid's got explosiveness. He's gonna be a fine.
The thing is about the only thing, if you want to look at it like as a prospect wise kind of type thing, like all around, he does look small though. He kind of looks more like a safety playing linebacker from what I can see there.
That's what Fred was.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it's like. It's almost like a bar for bar kind of
history repeating itself. Yeah.
I do like his bounce too. Like I like the fact that he's not just flat footed and just like looking at, he's bouncing, and that's what I like. I like the bounce.
Yeah, he's
like
on his toes. He's on his toes.
Moving and stuff. And that's what you want to see from your linebacker. It's not someone who's just standing there, like, oh, I'm here, I'm in my spot. No, he's waiting to adjust to whatever the eyes are doing from the quarterback. And he's moving around in his zone, is what I'm trying to say. He's not just,
he's not slew-footed. We got a linebacker here, Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. He's slew-footed, and he's getting to the spots, but it's kind of cloggedy. It's like a Clydesdale. It ain't.
Yeah,
it ain't like Ali. Remember, Ali could dance. Sugar Ray could dance. You up on your toes. You
the shuffle feet.
Yeah, you can move. that Smoking Joe get you knocked out.
No doubt. But yeah, okay. So those are your top 5 pass rushers. So it was what? It was.
I had Mike Green, Abdul Carter, Jack Sawyer showed me a lot of production. Donovan Azuku of BC.
That's right. He has an anime name. He has an anime name. Something you'd see in like Dragon Ball Z kind of type name.
Azuruku and Jared Ivey with Nick Scorton's up there. He made me go back and look at film. We got a kid at Virginia Tech, Anton Powell Ryland. Antoine Powell Ryland is pretty nice, and another one at Kyle Kennard of South Carolina can get after you too.
Kyle Kennard is good. I think he's really like a late third, like mid third kind of type guy in my opinion. It's like if we got him there, I wouldn't complain. I hope we don't jump for someone like him. But it sounds I like your Jared Ivey pick at 5. I think that's fair. Jack Sawyer's a little high, I think, in my opinion, on the list, but I'm not complaining because I think he's better than JTT, and people have JTT higher than him, which is crazy.
I was putting it together right at the end of national championship week, so Jack was just on my mind, man. And later people was like, well, he ain't really all that, and he ain't this and that, but he was just so productive.
He's the place he has to.
And he's got 34 hurries and double-digit sacks. I was mainly looking for those double-digit guys and over 27 hurries. Abdul Carter is just sick. 43 hurries, 13 quarterback sacks, 10 quarterback hits, and a batted ball. He was just getting. That's why he's going to be the first one off the board in terms of pass rushing, probably with Mike Green, who was even more productive with 17 sacks, 10 hits, 34 hurries, and a batted ball. But he's coming out from Marshall, and he's got a couple of little
character issues from what I hear.
He's got to take care of, clean that up. But
if Abdul Carter, I don't think it's going to happen. He's definitely going to be like I think the furthest this guy will fall is 4. Like because you got Titans who are from what I've heard recently, they're definitely going to draft Cam Ward. Like that's the expectation.
Yeah.
The Browns, they might draft him across from Myles Garrett. My God, that's going to be insane to me. The thing is, like, it's not going to matter because it's the Browns. At the end of the day, it's not going to matter.
It's still going to be the Browns. You're going to get beat up, but you're going to win. You'll be bruised, but you'll win.
It's gonna be must see TV. I'm gonna want to see that duo together for sure. I can't wait to watch it if they do that. But if they go quarterback, right? They might go quarterback. Giants might go quarterback. Maybe Jackson Dart, probably the next best option, might get him there. Then it's gonna be Abdul Carter next.
That's the kicker, Wolfie. If there's a run on quarterbacks, which it is a lot of times, they get overvalued and teams just start reaching and they just start going for quarterbacks. It will slide some of the picks that you didn't think was going to be available.
Yes.
And it has happened every day. The closer we get, the more hype they'll start building up about, that kid, what's his name? Jackson Dart. His name is Dart. He can throw it. Then all of a sudden he creeps up there. And then the kid from Alabama, Mills, he's got a 4.240. You remember Lamar.
You want that. You're right. It's like comparing to Lamar. You don't want to miss out on Lamar.
GM starts going like that. And then all of a sudden your guys slide. It happens like that, man.
I like Jackson Dart a lot, and I think he needs to go to the right place though. Like if he went with the Pittsburgh Steelers with Mike Tomlin, I think he would do phenomenal there. I like him a lot, and I could see him being a top 10 pick in the end. And you're right, like players will drop back, and not only that, will like the quarterbacks with those three guys, Drew Sanders, Dart, and Cam Ward, potentially pushing picks down. Like Shamir Stewart, who's like I think is like what a late third, fourth round type talent, I think, in my opinion, because I usually watch the film and then I look at production first.
Yeah.
When I first watched him, I was like third or fourth round for sure. And then when I was production, I was like, this guy's trash. What the heck? and then everyone's like, yeah, he's like an early second rounder. He was mocked to the 49ers at 11. I was like, what? How? And then I realized the combine, he's an athletic freak. But you know who's else an athletic freak? Kinlaw was supposed to be one. Solomon Thomas was supposed to be up there. One of those guys.
Man, watch out for the Under Armour Olympics.
Yeah,
you up. It can mess you up. Don't.
It's kind of like what you've been doing. Like you need to go with your board where you had back the national championship. What does the film tell you? What are they doing on grass during the game? Like it's kind of like a 40 time. You just think to yourself, like it's great you have a fast 40, but sometimes they're not as fast as that 40 as they are on the field.
Yeah. So 40 ain't nothing but a lie. 40 ain't nothing but a lie, especially for receiver. They look at it. That's why I say it's not a 4.3 on that receiver's jersey. It's going to be 2 or 15 or whatever his number is.
Yeah,
that's just something it's just something we got, man. It's something he runs a 4.40. This guy runs a 4.25 40. He's fast, man. He can't slow down. He can't run a hitch. He can't run the comeback.
When he's hitting that speed, he just knows how to turn his hips, make it happen. Yeah.
It was a dude they're at the pro day, Stanford. I saw some B-roll. They're out at Stanford. They're looking at that receiver. John Lynch is there.
I know what you're talking about. He's supposed to be a great blocker, though. Yeah.
Yeah, they're looking at and they asked the receiver at the end, hey, can you have him run this route and do this? It wasn't the go, let me see how fast you can run it. The kid ain't even run the 40. It was that throttle that thing down, play the drums, and not have your arms out flapping like High Glory Aunt Esther on on Fred Sanford. A receiver's got to throttle it down, come out of it, and break back into it. That's what Drew Pearson put that out years ago. It's not his straight line speed. It's how fast you can run into a break and get out of a break with minimum movement, just to drop of the levels and catch the ball. The worst thing I hate seeing, Wolfie, is when I'm looking at this scouting report and it's got this receiver, right? And it says, has issues catching the ball.
That's your number one job, homie.
Dude, here's a wide receiver. His weakness, doesn't have the best catching skills, but this guy runs a 4.3 40. okay.
I know what you mean. When you see something like that, man, when you see the drop ball stuff, you're like, okay, so he's like a fourth rounder. Someone who work on his catching. He's got these traits, sure, I guess, but
yeah, man,
not someone I'll fall in love with because I need him to catch the ball.
You
that
got
could
to
be
catch
the
the ball
difference maker
first.
between in third downs, even if he's open. It's the difference on fourth downs, crucial fourth downs. Like if you can catch the ball,
boy,
it's way more important than
a sure receiver.
Because if you're going, okay, so let's say you got a fast receiver, right, and he's great at go routes. But like you said, like if you can't do those other things where you trick the defender, it's not going to matter because the safety knows.
The safety knows. Just get over the
go route. I'm going to prepare myself deep. I know what to do.
Yeah, like, you can cap speed. You can cap speed, quickness, and elusiveness and separation. Man, you'll be looking all over for it. I pay more attention to that 3-cone drill and the quick things you have to do. Throttle down and get out of that break and catching the ball, being a natural catcher of the ball. It's not instinctive and innate. You got to be able to pluck it. That's why they run that gauntlet. You got to be able to pluck it, and it should sound different when you're catching it. It should sound more muted and silent because you're using your fingers. When you hear that thing go pat or he
hitting his chest.
Oh, buyer beware, baby.
Yeah. I hate when I see it drives me nuts because they should know more than me on this. Why are you catching the ball with your chest? It drives me nuts when I see that. It's like they don't trust their hands enough, and I don't like a receiver who doesn't trust their hands. You are going to have a better opportunity to catch the ball with your freaking sticky ass fingers than you are with your chest, who doesn't have that sticky finger. Like there's no. The gloves are sticky. None of that glove stuff is on your chest. It's gonna bounce. You're banging the ball off your chest.
That plastic off that thing is gonna pop it off. Sure enough, Callie Young brings up Stone Hands from Necessary Rough. I think it was Featherstone. His name was. He wound up. He had to throw it into his helmet. Featherstone was fast, but he just had to hit him right and get it stuck in his helmet. He had no hands at all. Great movie, man. Great reference there. Thanks, Kylie, man. You be bringing up good stuff.
But yeah, so like the 40 stuff, coming back to it real quick with who we're talking about. Who we were talking about, but when we go back to the DN thing,
okay.
Look, I think we should trade. Kind of going back to like players falling and stuff, because that's what we're talking about. That's right, because players with athletic freaks and stuff,
players will fall once the quarterback get in there.
Because so the quarterbacks come in there, and then you have Shamir Stewart, who's potentially might be a top 10 pick, and I think it's buyers beware. Stay away from him. Do not get him at 11 just because he's an athletic freak. Stay away from him. There's possibility 49ers might draft him 11. I hate that idea, but I'm not going to be stupid and think they're not going to possibly do that because that happens, right? And they fall in love with athletic freaks before. But to remove that from the variable, though, someone from top 10 might follow with him. So that's 4 players already that we're not going to pick that might fall to us there. So is there 6 players that you absolutely love at 11 that you would draft, right? There's some players that are like mid first rounders that some teams at 9 or 8 will like try to reach for. Like they might go after Mike Green, or they might go after Mikael Williams, who I'm not in love with Mikael Williams. He had 1 year of great production.
He's good. He looked good.
He looks good, but I'm not in like I don't love him. I'm not like compared to like Mike Green, who can get 11, or heck, even James Pierce Jr. at 11 or anything like that. I would think to myself, they're about the same tier of like mid first rounder, if you want to take a flower on kind of type thing, where people are saying, let's get him in the early top 10. Will Campbell could fall to you. Mason Graham can fall to you. Travis Hunter is going to be I just feel like Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter are not falling.
Travis got to be gone, man. That's like 2 positions in one, and 2 productive positions in one.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll let him go. But
do you think? Go ahead. Sorry.
I think Genty's going to be a wild card.
True.
Because they normally don't value the running back, but for him, they're gonna move some things around. They're gonna move some.
Well, I
things
mean, like
around.
Bijan Robinson, went like top 10, and then you got Gibbs who went like way earlier than he should have, and it worked out for him. I think, and if there was a draft with those two in there, I think Genty would be higher than Bijan Robinson would in the draft. I think Genty's that great. I think he's phenomenal. I think he's so what? Why not? I know there's a possibility, but like the Bears passing on him, I think would be crazy. I think other teams.
No, he's tailor made for the Bears. He bet not get past the Bears. They and the Bears. I really like the moves they're making, man. Really trying to get stout with that offense. They identified the fact that, hey, this offensive line gave us fits. Let's attack it. Let's attack it in free agency. And it's not over. It's not beyond the pale for them to pick up something in the second round in terms of an offensive tackle if it's available as well. They're trying to get stout. They're trying to make their weakness a strength, and I like how they're going about doing that. I do.
I tell you what, though, if Caleb Williams had the same amount of sacks, it's Caleb Williams' fault. I'm sorry. There's just no way with that offensive line that you are still allowing the same amount of sacks you had last year. That would be absolutely wild to me.
It's got to be an improvement.
Because we know he likes to break the pocket and do crazy stuff all the time. And it takes like 7-8 seconds of holding onto the ball. We've seen that before. But with this offensive line you got, there's no way, dude. This has what Ben Johnson and that Bears team has assembled is perfect for a running back, especially a rookie coming in. Perfect for a quarterback after a year. This offense should be phenomenal. Like, I'm excited to see what they do. Drew Dahlman, Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson's a good guard. You have 2 tackles who are young that you drafted. They're ready to go. Like, there's nothing. You are set up. I would be blown away if they drafted like an offensive lineman. To kind of come back to what I'm saying is, like, is there a player like if Abdul Carter dropped to like 4, Mason Graham's there at 5, Travis Hunter might be there because, like we said, 3 quarterbacks straight might happen. Travis Hunter could be there 4 or 5 then because you have 1A and we have Abdul Carter. So, would you trade up to 4 and 5, and what would you give to get those picks so that we can get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter? Because I know wide receiver is not the biggest need, neither is corner, but Travis Hunter is a generational talent. That dude is tailor-made by God to play football.
Yeah, man, he's good.
So I would not. That is best player available, best player in the draft, someone who's going to fill in those seasons. What would you give up for someone like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter or potentially Mason Graham if you love them that much?
To get up there, just looking in terms of the value, you'd have to be looking at next year's number 1. That's the only thing, and that's on the Jimmy Johnson scale. Have you ever seen the Jimmy Johnson scale of picks?
I have not done a deep dive on it, but I have seen references and I have seen like things of here and there and stuff like that.
Let me get that up here.
How do you feel about this real quick?
Go ahead.
As you bring that up. How do you feel about, because we already know the concerns with Brandon Ayuk, right? And I know someone brought up this trade potential of getting rid of, I think it was Coach Yak. He brought up a 1st and a 2nd this year and Brandon Ayuk. I think would be a better idea, especially since you need those picks. I would much rather trade Brandon Ayuk, the 11th pick, and next year's 1st for the 4th pick. So that way you can land Travis Hunter, who could play wide receiver if you want him to. He's coming to the draft as corner.
As a corner.
That's what he's claiming to be.
He's gonna,
if you told him, hey,
wide receiver, he's going to be some wide out.
So I would almost do that just because you get off the contract, right? You get a generational wide receiver, cornerback combo guy. And it's either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter you trade your first 2 first-round draft picks for. So you get out of the contract, you trade the value that you would pay for 4th and 5th, and you don't lose your 2nd rounder, which you really honestly need these picks in these drafts. Like in your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round picks, you need those. Like I would not give those up. I would rather give up if you feel like you had to give up your 2nd round pick, I would do it next year. I would not give up that 2nd round pick.
Okay. I'm holding back. The only way I'm doing this is if it's Travis, or the only other player would be Abdul Carter, but they're gonna be gone by this. This is the
Jacksonville, New England's gonna have them for sure. Either way,
this might not be the exact one, but this was how Jimmy Johnson saw the NFL. He assigned value to each pick. He made the number one pick worth, let's say, 3,000 points, right? And he would make the number 11 pick, where we are, 1,250 points. In order for you to get up there, you need the equivalent of 3,000 minus 1,250, which is somewhere around 750 or 1,750, maybe. Am I right? 1,750. 1,750.
Yeah.
So it would take the value of those two picks somewhere to come up with 1,750 points for it to be worth it to get to this pick. And
you're probably not trading that then.
He did this on the fly, like, give me your third and your fourth for that pick that you have right there. He was doing this all on the fly, and other people hadn't seen this before. Jimmy had made this thing up, and he got them under duress because you only get like 5 minutes on the clock, and that's how Jimmy was able to wheel and deal like he was. He could see the value of a second and a third, or a second and a fourth, quicker than everybody else, and he knew that was a good pick. And if they came to him, he knew, oh, that don't work. That pick you're giving me is only worth 470 points. I need a pick. You need to come up with about 1,100 more points for it to be worth my while to get here. And that's how you look at things.
Yeah. So from 1,250. So that's 1,250. I think I can see there.
Yeah, you're at 1,250 to get to 3,000. You go 3,000 minus the
1,750. You're right there. Yeah. But like I was thinking more like to 4 or 5, because I think 4 or 5 you might be able to get a solid guy that would help the team right away, like Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, or even Travis Hunter. Okay, so that value there, 2 firsts. So what's next year's first value if it's a year off? Like, so if it's a year later, is it the same value?
It's going to be about the same value. Yeah. Or you maintain that this will be the same value for next year projected. That's all. That's the only way you can, because you don't know.
I think next year's first will probably lose value though, right? Because it's next year, you got to wait longer, and you don't know where that first is going to be, right? It's got to be.
No, the value only changes when you change position in the draft. You see, if you win the Super Bowl, your value is at 590 right now.
I know, but like, what if you have a better record next year though? And so that doesn't have there's that risk you're taking though, right? So shouldn't it come down?
That's what it's going to take. Yeah, that's the risk you take.
So I'm going to say I would give up. So I guess I should ask you then, based on this point system, what would you give up then to move up to 4 or 5? So it sounds to me you're saying you wouldn't give up a first next year. You give up a first and possibly something else, right?
Yeah, they're going to want a first for it. Because that's their pick, and they're moving down, but it's only going to cost them, let me see, 1,250, or let me see where they're at. 18.
I'm easily get them to first. If that does it, I'm doing it.
Minus 1,250. So we need to come up with 550. They're asking for a second, 550. So we're considering the second round at the beginning of it is 550 points. To get up there, we got to give them a second.
I'm going to give them. I'm doing a first rounder. It's not, with this value. Then I'm doing a first rounder this year and first rounder next year. If that's overpaying based on this chart, that's way overpaying, and they might not take it, but they'll probably jump at that if they can fleece you like that. That's why we got on the Trey Lance deal. Yeah, the Trey Lance one was I was never in love with like trading 3 first rounders for the 3rd overall pick. I was like, no, with that.
Yeah, I
was never on board with that.
That was way bad. You gave away a lot of trade value. You're already. I think we were already at like, I don't know, maybe 12, 13 somewhere.
We were at 12, yeah.
And we went up to We went up to 3, which you ain't supposed to give up number. That's 1,000 points. But we gave away next year's and the year after. That's 1,000 right there. Plus, you
there's
should
like a second and a third all that too. But if it was to trade up for Trevor Lawrence at the time, because obviously he's not playing as good, but that could have been a product of where he went. We don't know that. But like if you trade up to the first round for what they gave up, first overall pick, that's worth it. I think 2 first rounders, then the pick swap, the second and third they gave up. That is a first overall haul there. Now, if you want to move to a third or fourth or 5, you're giving up a first and maybe next year's first, or a first next year and then a second next year, or third in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that is worth a third, fourth, or fifth overall pick. But for someone like Abdul Carter, man, I'm giving up a next year's first, a first, and potentially a next year's third or something like that. I'm doing whatever I can to get Abdul Carter.
If you feel that good with it, you got that has got to be your guy, and he better pan out, or people getting fired. People getting fired.
I have been in love, and I'm not pause here, but I've been in love with Abdul Carter from the moment I watched him play. This guy is so freaking fracking good. I think he's going to be better than Parsons. I love this man so much. I will personally go knock on his door and go, I love you, man. I'm going to do that like immediately because he's my favorite player in the draft. I think he deserves to go number 1 overall. I think he's just going to, like him opposite of Bosa, he'd immediately help our pass rush. He's, like you said before, he's a good run defender even too at that. He's good at that. He's a monster. He has the motor, has the confidence, has the swagger. He has it all, dude. There's nothing about this guy I do not like. I don't think he has injuries either. I don't think he's got injury problems. I could be wrong.
He's a good ball player.
Travis Hunter, I like him a lot just because he's just a pure football player. Everything about him, it doesn't matter what's happening in his life. He's a good guy off the field as well. Minus the girlfriend thing. I feel bad for him there, but that's none of my business. That's his business. If she's using him, whatever, that's his business. But it hasn't affected that. Whatever's happening over there is not affecting his play. He's still an excellent football player, regardless of what's happening off the field with him when it comes to that. And that's not even a problem. That's not even like a negative thing. That's just his own personal issues that people are trying to get involved in. So I love Travis Hunter. I love him a lot. And Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, I wouldn't love it. I think that's a bit – I'd much rather wait for him to fall to me, maybe to like 9 or 10, than give up like a fourth to move up to make sure you get him. But at 4 or 5, those are the only 2 players I think would be worth 2 firsts.
And that's what you got to do to get up there. That's what they're asking. And even then, that's just the value right here. I see Allison said it's tell Wolf it's not worth it or something like that. It's going to be incumbent upon the team to take it, and if they know how bad you want it, believe me, the price goes up. They're going to be like, well, what can we do here? It's going to be like a used car salesman. And I'm gonna do my normal thing every draft day. I watch Draft Day with Kevin Costner. You ever seen that movie?
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
That is my draft movie. That's my every draft day. That morning, I gotta watch Draft Day.
Okay, I respect it. I have such I'm not gonna bash your movie. I'm not gonna bash it, but I have such a beef with that film. Like, it drives me. I'm pretty cynical. I know you obviously love movies, so and you're a big fan of movies and stuff like that. Yeah. So I can see that without a doubt. But I have some beef with some of the things, but not to get too deep about it. That's if you get deep with it. That's if you try to really think about it, break it down.
Yeah, it's not an Oscar award. It's not an Oscar award-winning movie or a CGI spectacular. It's a football movie for football heads.
And it actually has
a good stoner movie is half-baked. Is it going to win the Oscar? No, but to see Dave Chappelle and them playing Puff Smoky Smoke is awesome.
Well, it's like it's another thing is like what makes draft day unique is the fact they actually use real football teams.
Yeah.
So it really makes you get immersed with the idea of all these things actually happening. So I understand where the love comes from. I really do. I love the idea of it too. When I first watched it, I was like, oh, I love this movie. It's a great movie.
And they got to Hollywood it up a little bit and gin it up a little bit. It doesn't happen exactly like that, nothing like that.
Yeah.
But it's cool. You give a little backstory with there. You got your great Kevin Costner, and I think Diddy's in there too. Pause. He's playing a shiesty agent, and,
no doubt.
It's a little movie. It's my little tradition.
Yeah, draft day is good, but I'm not really a. This is kind of like it's kind of contradicting, and it's like, how do you not like sports films, but yet you like football? I don't like sports films. I usually stay.
You don't like Hoosiers?
I don't like Hoosiers.
Rudy?
Rudy's
Remember the Titans?
Real. No.
Brian's Song?
There's not a single sports film I actually like, to be honest.
Major League?
Nope. There's some kids films I've watched as a kid that I enjoyed, but after a while I kind of
Mighty Ducks.
I liked it as a kid. Name it and I don't like it, man. Not a guy. Any Given Sunday. I just don't. Here's the thing. I'm kind of a douche when it comes to films. I'll be honest with you. Like I have to watch it and I have to believe it. I have to be immersed in it. So when I see something ridiculous happen in a sports film, like that's like Air Bud. Like that's not happening. A dog is not playing football, bud. That's not happening. Okay, it's not real. I'm kind of when people talk about Rudy. Okay, I'm like, okay, that's kind of a nice story. But Joe Montana kind of killed Rudy for me when he says like that didn't happen. That's actually not real. I was there, and he actually tells a story about how people actually made fun of Rudy, and that apparently when they carried him out of the stadium, it was supposed to be a joke. It wasn't actually real praise. So you want to call Joe Montana a douche for taking that away from him, but apparently it's a really it's a story that's kind of
you got to gin it up. You got to give it the Hollywood treatment. Nothing is, if it was actual and factual, it'd be a documentary, and nobody wants to see through that. But
the one film, believe it or not,
you got to put some Hollywood on. You got to put some sizzle.
I get it, but it's like what makes me love football, and what makes me love sports so much though is that it's real. There is no like you made up this one catch scenario. Like, for example, the Minnesota Miracle from that we brought up earlier. That was a real moment. That was an immersed moment of like, I felt that intensity. Well, I can, and like in sports movies, though, like I said, I'm a douche when it comes to it. I have to feel that immersion. And I feel like the closest film that I've gotten to like say, okay, that was good, I like that, was Moneyball. That's about like the closest I've gotten to being like, okay, I can watch that film again. It wasn't that bad. And it actually happened. There's some embellishments, of course, but it's like I felt that. I like Moneyball is probably the closest I've gotten to where I really.
Have you ever seen the program? The program was awesome.
I never even heard of the program. To be honest with you, I never even heard of it. I've never even heard of it though, so that's not fair. It's not like I did the movie on purpose.
Is what my boy is Silverado Kev call to play. Silverado Kev, if you in there, call to play. What's the play?
The one film that people tell me I should watch that I would love is The Replacements. People tell me that one. I should watch that one. Cool. I think I've watched it before, but it's been a long time since I've seen that film. Like I said, I don't give sports movies too much of a chance, and there's a lot of films that I've told you about that I don't like that a lot of people will criticize because I don't know if there's some people here that weren't there for this. I've never seen Scarface. Okay. I've never seen Godfather. Okay. There's some films, but I don't like mafia films. I know what I like, man. I know what I like. I know what I like kind of type guy. If I like you, I'll do a show with you. If I don't like you, I'm not going to do a show with you.
It's okay.
If I like the movie,
it's okay.
Else an end show.
Let me Let me call the police. Hello, where's my light net? Yeah, let's call the police on him. This guy's done.
Oh my god! Yeah, I've never
Okay.
seen it. I've never seen that film. I ain't really am the kind of guy either. That's the thing. I understand the praise for films and stuff,
Oh,
but
dear
if
Lord.
genres, like I think, like I brought this up, I think last time was Casino ruined it for me. Like I remember being a kid watching that film, and it was so boring, and it just created this like stigma towards mafia films. Like I have never seen Goodfellas, so like I stayed away from all these films just because I've seen Casino though, which is weird, but I've seen Casino. It was a film that my dad constantly watched all the time. He loved Casino. He loved Goodfellas. He liked all those films, but I never fell into it.
Switching cameras.
Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. I understand. I get it.
Switching cameras. You never saw The Godfather?
Never saw The Godfather.
Oh.
Never saw Goodfellas. Never saw Scarface. Not a good look. Hey man, hey. All right, there's some.
You says he's really not a mafia film guy either. You gotta be kidding me.
Throw comedies at me. I've probably seen all the comedies you can think of. That's probably one I can.
Friday.
Seen Friday. I love Friday. That is a classic. That is something I quote all freaking fracking day.
Okay.
Hey, yo, show you take a shit. So, I'm not sure, but you know what I'm talking about. Like that movie. Like,
oh, you know he ain't watched The Wire. Don't even.
Hey, I've actually seen, I believe, season 1 of The Wire, but I haven't seen the rest of it though.
New Jack City. You ever seen New Jack City?
I've never even heard of that film. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is that a film or is that a season? Sopranos. I've seen Sopranos, believe it or not. Actually, I say I don't like mafia films, but I've seen Sopranos. I love Sopranos. That's a good one.
Who ate the potato salad? that had Steve Urkel in it. You know he ain't gonna know that one. Oh my God.
I never even heard of New Jack City. No, I've never even heard of it. So
Nino Brown. You never heard Nino Brown?
Never Nino Brown.
G Money.
Like you're like, I feel like you all are saying you're whitewashed as hell.
You're whitewashed and Italian washed too. You ain't never seen.
I've seen The Sopranos. I've seen The Sopranos. Okay. Give me some slack.
It was an HBO series, but oh dear Wolf. Oh dear Wolf.
Oh my God.
How about them Wildcat? I know he ain't seen Wildcats.
I never even heard of Wildcats. Which is weird because I worked at Blockbuster, right? So you'd think I've heard some of these films. So I worked at Blockbuster for 3 years, never heard of these films. You'd think I would heard of some of these.
What Blockbuster did you work at?
They had a bunch of movies, man. I don't know. There's a lot of films, man. I was a comedy guy. I like comedy. Some action films here and there.
Coming to America. You seen Coming to America?
I've seen Coming to America. I've seen Coming to America. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I have seen Coming to America. So yeah, like I said, comedies, man. Come at me with some comedies.
Blockbuster Video. You remember, Rob? Hey, man, you had to go and pick your movie out. I remember when Blockbuster had VHS when it first jumped off.
And you had to rewind all the people had to go back and had to rewind it all the time.
You had to be kind and rewind. Yes. And if you didn't, they would charge you.
I never did this before, but there was my general manager that was there, not general manager, but my store manager. Sorry, I don't want to say general manager. He said that like back in the day, man, they literally just hired a guy who had to be in the back, and all he did was just rewind movies. That's all he did, because people would not rewind them, be kind of rewind. And so he says, thank God that's all over, and DVDs are now a thing. And I can see why they'd be thankful for that. So
he should have been called the Hotel Rewinder.
For sure. I don't mind that job. You just sit there rewinding films all day. I don't care. I'll do that. That's
Kylie Young asked, "Hey Wolfie, did you watch Soul Plane?"
I've heard of it, but I have not watched it.
Wolfie ain't heard no Soul Plane. Y'all know this stuff ain't right. You gonna ask about Cornbread Earl and me. I'm sorry to people's names I used to get Blockbuster games for free. Oh man, for real, you did that, Rod?
The thing about Blockbuster is like the perks there were phenomenal for people who love games and movies. You got to watch movies a week before they came out, so that was phenomenal. I love doing that. And the games, you got to play the games before they came out, so really cool.
You froze on me, Wolfie. Oh, there you go.
There you go. My headphones just died.
You're back.
The games and movies, you would get to watch them a week before, and you get to rent 10 games or movies for free every single week. So I got to watch movies galore and play games galore. Like the perks were phenomenal for someone who loves games and movies. I love that job. That job was probably my best job I ever had. Not gonna lie.
And you couldn't scrape Scarface and The Godfather.
I think there was some films were too scratched, and then they wouldn't work, and then we still put them out there because people love them. And I think Scarface and a few other ones. There were some films I wanted to watch, but like I said, they were too scratched for us to for me to play them. But yeah, Scarface, I stayed away from Scarface. I'm telling you this right now. When I was in high school, everyone shoved Scarface in my face, and I was like, I'm not watching this film. Everyone all over the place was like, say hello to my little friend, and then like doing all of the Scarface memes and quotes, and it was just like, I'm not watching this. I'm not watching this. I'm sorry. You guys are throwing this in my face. I'm not doing it. Okay? I feel like I've already watched it at school with everyone quoting that film.
I'm actually in a Twitter beef right now. Will Smith was, I don't know, sitting down talking to somebody, and he said in the Mount Rushmore of actors, he, along with Denzel Washington, who else? Marlon Brando, and who's the other? Daniel Day-Lewis are on the Mount Rushmore as the greatest actors, the most prolific actors.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't think he could be on that list. Sort of, maybe. Oh, I'm trying to think. I haven't really stopped and thought about it.
Are we forgetting a few names? Is what I'm.
You named three there. There's another one. Who's the fourth?
No, well, it's Mount Rushmore, so it can only be four.
Yeah, so there was Daniel Day-Lewis.
Who are the greatest four actors? Most prolific, which means of many works.
Denzel Washington for sure. Love Denzel Washington. People like Daniel Day-Lewis, but I must have like missed him. I understand a lot of people love him. They love him.
He's a little.
I think this is a hot take, but I think he overacts. Like some people don't like that. I said that about There Will Be Blood. And I thought he was just, I understand people were trying to explain like, oh, you don't understand. He was supposed to be a madman. Oh, he was supposed to be upset because his son or whatever, something like that. And I was like, it's been a while since I've seen the film. I didn't like because it was just way too much over the top. Same thing with Gangs of New York. I thought that was a little bit over the top. I personally thought Daniel Day-Lewis just he immersed himself, but I feel like it's just way too much, and I feel like you could do that, and that's why I wouldn't put him there. Who else? So I think Marlon Brando. I haven't seen his films, but just based on the respect and stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if someone put him on there. Just based on that.
Yeah, he was in The Godfather.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't really say.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen the other film where he's like the island or whatever it's called, Island of something.
He did the Wild Ones. He did On the Waterfront.
On Monroe or something like that. He was on there.
Once you play Don Vito Corleone, everything else just fails in compare.
So,
but On the Waterfront is a black and white movie when he says, "I could have been a contender." Could have been a contender.
All right. So, all right. I got my second one. It's going to be Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman's up there. Okay. I think Gary Oldman is on that. I love Gary Oldman. Just about every single film he's in. I love every single part that he plays. He does a phenomenal job with those parts. Gary Oldman would probably be on my Mount Rushmore. Denzel Washington. I love like just about every single film that guy's in. Man on Fire is probably one of my top 10 favorite films of all time. That film is just freaking phenomenal. Who else? Gary Oldman.
It's Tales from the Crypt.
Some people say Tom Cruise, but I think he's just an action guy. I wouldn't say he's like the greatest. Like, he just does a lot of films that are like high end stuff. Again, I'm trying to think of this on the fly. I never sat there and actually thought who were the Mount Rushmore before, like type players. But Gary Oldman, I definitely put up there. Who's my other two?
Well, a couple of names he was missing, and I did memes for him. Sidney Poitier.
I don't know who that is. Sidney Poitier? Hold on. Okay, no, I know who that is. I just didn't recognize the name. Okay, I know who that is. I just didn't recognize the name.
Ooh. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Definitely. He's really good. I guess I would put him on there for sure.
It hit Ellison.
What's going on right now?
What is going on right now?
I know who he is. I just looked him up. I know who he is. I just didn't know the name. I wasn't familiar with the name.
Robert De Niro. Al Pacino.
Could be up there. Al Pacino could be up there. I would probably put Robert De Niro over Al Pacino. If you told me I'd put one up there, I'd put Robert De Niro up there instead.
A guy named Tom Hanks.
Who's that? I know who that is. I'm kidding. I like Tom Hanks, but there's something about him that that rubs me the wrong way. He has great films like Forrest Gump. I get that, Toy Story and things of those natures, but it's kind of like there's something about him that rubs me the wrong way. Edward Norton's fantastic.
Ed Norton, he's incredible.
He's absolutely incredible.
Woody Harrelson. We baptized Wolfie.
Woody Harrelson's not bad. I like Woody Harrelson. He's good. But I'm trying to like literally put certain people on a mantle. Like I'm like guys that I'd be like, okay, if I saw him in this film, I could trust like this is gonna be good, or I could trust that performance to be good. And I'm gonna be immersed when I see them in this film. Is what I'm trying to like get at. I think Leonardo DiCaprio would be up there just because he does nail just about every single role he's in, and he doesn't usually play the same exact guy. So I would say Gary Oldman, Leonardo DiCaprio, Denzel Washington. Who's my last person? I might put Robert De Niro up there. I might do that.
You never saw Raging Bull. It's a sports movie.
I've never seen Raging Bull, but I've heard of it. I have heard of it. I've seen clips of him in it.
A movie called Heat. You ever seen Heat with him and Al Pacino together?
I have. Actually, I think I have. Yeah, actually, I think I've seen the film.
Bank robbers.
Yeah, there's one where I can't think of the. God, I can't. There's a very specific scene where he gets shot in the chest or something like that. It could be a different film I'm thinking of, but there's a scene where Robert De Niro gets shot in the chest and they take the bullet out. And for some reason, that scene's always like it's like embedded in my brain. And it's an older film. And I don't know why. Like sometimes you get random scenes from films where they just some reason get stuck in your brain. Like it's the most nonsensical situation. But there's one where he gets shot in the chest, and I remember that. And I think it was Heat. I could be wrong.
Look at Red Jet Hill said, "Never seen Raging Bull." Oh my dear Lord. Yeah, I know. When he said he ain't never seen Goodfellas, I mean, I'm out. I'm not even gonna talk about the Bronx Tale, which is right here as well. If you ever notice I
promise you.
Well, hold on a sec. I gotta switch cameras real quick.
All right, well, you do it real quick. I promise you, I'll watch these films. I will watch these films.
You see do you ever notice the background I got right here?
I see it now. Yeah, I see. Okay. All right.
The guy, You do know this guy catching this football right here, though, right? Yeah.
Strawberry says we need to start a movie club instead of a book club for Wolfie. I just got into books like 2-3 years ago, like really kind of fell into it. So,
what you got? Curious George and the High Voltage Fence? No,
I think I actually may have seen that. I actually may have read that back in the day when I was a kid. So
Curious George.
No, right now I'm reading the Red Rising series, which is really good. So, but yeah, I mean, there's films that like I know people love them and like people like speak high regard and like you must see, but there's just certain films like just based on the what I hear about them, and it's kind of like, okay, I get the gist, or it's just not my genre. I won't go out of my way to watch these films. It's kind of like I won't do.
You're not a big film guy.
Oh, you know, that's a good one. Shawshank Redemption. That's Morgan Freeman. Gotta put Morgan Freeman up there. That's a solid one. There you go. That iconic in everything he does. There's nothing he does where you don't think, you're just not like, man, it could just be the voice. It could just because he's got the swagger and the power behind it. Like
Andy Dufresne.
And what's his name? A lot of people don't like him, but he's iconic. Oh, I guess since I like comedies, maybe Jim Carrey. I like Jim Carrey because of comedies.
Jim Carrey is great comic as well as a fine actor.
So I'll probably put Jim Carrey.
Great comedy.
Jim Carrey.
Great comedy guys can do incredible actor. Robin Williams is
ooh, that's a good one.
As well as Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks originally started off with just comedy.
Who is your Mount Rushmore then? Because I haven't asked you that. Because I okay, before you answer that though, real quick, let me just, so it's Denzel, Leonardo DiCaprio, Gary Oldman, and Jim Carrey. That's what I'll do. So who's
Washington, Portier, De Niro, Pacino.
Okay. Oh, so you got films with your two Mount Rushmore guys in there, like multiple films with that guy in it. That's crazy.
And that's, you know, the way they framed it, it had to be prolific, the greatest actors ever, and getting into the roles, they became whatever roles they were. When Denzel played Malcolm X, he became Malcolm X. He was Whip Whitaker on Flight. He was John Q. He was Robert McCall on The Equalizer. He becomes that character, you know. Yeah. A detective Alonzo Harris is Denzel. King Kong ain't got nothing on me. When you can just go to your mental Rolodex and just,
bring up Training Day
just pull it up. Tony Montana is Al Pacino. Al Pacino is Tony Montana. He also is Michael Corleone. He became Michael Corleone. He became Serpico.
So I'm surprised Johnny Depp's not up there then for you.
Johnny Depp, hey, he's high up there too, as well as, and I would be remiss if I didn't say the great Gene Hackman, Popeye Doyle himself. Gene Hackman ain't never missed, and usually in the films they can be across from another one, going tit for tat, stride for stride, and making each other better. I.e., Troy in Fences with Denzel and Viola Davis. Just movie cinema art. It becomes art. It becomes.
Viola Davis is solid. She's a solid actress. She's really good.
They just that bad.
I liked her she was in The Help, right? She was good.
Yes,
that was a good movie. I like that
Fences one. And man, she
plays in Suicide Squad too, right? She's
like probably the colonel or the
I can't
the major leader on there. And How to Get Away with Murder. She does a great, even though that's TV, she brings the role to life. And
like, do these actors command the screen? Like when you watch them, like, not only do you believe it, do you, like, when you see them on that scene, you're thinking to yourself, I'm paying attention to this person, and I'm not trying to think, do I believe this or not? I am believing it, and I'm focused now on this guy, especially in those scenes where they're calling your attention. You know, Denzel has those. Johnny Depp, I feel like, has those.
Robert De Niro was Graziano. Then he was in Cape Fear and Taxi Driver. Hey, you talking to me? You talking to me? You talking to me?
Apparently that was improvised, from what I hear. Apparently that was like an improvised moment. Jack Nicholson, I think, like, this might sound bad the way I'm about to put it, but I feel like he's overrated.
Man, Colonel Nathan Jessup, again, right behind me. You can't handle the truth.
I feel like he plays the same guy. I feel like he's the same dude. Like, and like with like a different attitude, if that makes sense. Like, there's the same dude, but like if the same dude had a different attitude, I feel like with Jack Nicholson.
Because he's Jack.
The Shining, he was phenomenal in that. That's crazy good acting there.
Yeah, that shows your range. See?
Yeah, but then after that, though,
Nathan Jessup, or you could be Red Rum. That's incredible range.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like he goes. There's this one film where he's like this crazy different guy, but then after that, Few Good Men, and all the rest, like The Departed. Even I've seen The Departed, by the way. That's one I've seen.
He's Whitey in The Departed.
But and I think those films are. I think he's just a different attitude of the Few Good Men guy. I feel like he's just a different like. I'm not trying to bash Jack Nicholson here, but I just think that's how I feel about him. I like his character. I like what he can do. But if you're asking me as in like a great actor who's like this, but the Joker even, I feel like is just him playing the Joker.
He was the Joker.
Like, it's just him playing the Joker. It's just I feel like it's again just Jack Nicholson with a different attitude playing the Joker. Like, it doesn't
until who was the one that did that? Phoenix. Who did the best Joker? They got it. He passed away.
Heath Ledger.
Till Heath Ledger did it. When you said the Joker, to me, I thought Jack Nicholson's Joker. He was the best Joker until that supplants it, and that had to take place over. What was that? 90, 80?
Well, I don't think anyone played the Joker after
25 years.
But no one played the Joker after that, though. I was going to say Hugh Jackman. Not Hugh Jackman, Jack Nicholson. It was Jack Nicholson, and then it was Heath Ledger, though. Like, no one played the Joker in between there. I guess maybe like TV shows, I think, but I don't really count those.
Yeah, the original TV show, Batman from the 1960s, I used to watch as a kid. I wasn't in the 1960s, but they ran it on reruns. There's a guy named Burgess Meredith.
I thought you were going to say, like, I watched in the 60s. Like, really? Like, that's crazy. Okay. No, we're talking about reruns. Okay, that's different.
It's Burgess Meredith, who played Mickey for... You have seen Rocky, haven't you? We're done, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta go. Thank you so much, Wolfie, for being here. The draft coverage.
Actually, I have not seen Rocky.
All right, go ahead, let him have it.
Rocky was in my face. Okay, the film Rocky was in my face. Scarface was in my face.
What about Rocky 1? See, he froze.
Right. I think you froze on my screen too as well. I think you froze.
Man, they
Wayne Breeze is in here.
They put us off, Wolfie.
I have not seen Rocky, no.
The incredible, ladies and gentlemen, Wayne Breezy's here. Wayne Breezy said, "Who ain't seen Rocky?"
And I worked at Blockbuster.
I'm working with him, Wayne. I'm working with this is my man, Wolfie Wayne Breezy, man.
I want to say I have seen it, but I think it was like I want to say I actually have, but the thing is, I just don't think it was like a sit down watch kind of type thing. I think it was like a passerby thing where I was at a friend's house who had the movie on and we were like talking more so than actually watching the film. But I do remember scenes from it.
You do know it's about 6 of them.
Yes, there's a lot of them, yeah.
And now it's Creed now that's from the Rocky franchise. Have you seen Creed?
No.
None of the Creeds. Okay.
I did see that one with Tom Hardy and that other guy in it. It was a UFC one. I did see that one. You know what I'm talking about? I saw the boxer one with Mark Wahlberg in it.
I'm still messed up over you haven't seen Rocky, and that hurts my heart. All right.
Rambo's dope. Okay, Rambo's amazing. Rambo's amazing. That's an amazing film.
I quit as Wolf's mom. Yeah, man, you got to see.
You guys are naming like
how do you know how to when you hear the music dun 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 dun.
Well, because social media lets you know. Trailers, when you watch trailers, it's whenever that's a reference towards that film. You know what I mean? Like, especially when he's going up the stairs. I know the stairs scene where he's running up the stairs, stuff like that. But
all right. When he says "Yo, Adrian," who is he referencing? Who is he talking to?
He's talking to. He's referencing the Russian guy. He goes, "Yo, Adrian." I could be wrong. Right? I guess I'm gonna think I'm wrong here. I don't know who was the Russian guy said, "Yo, Adrian." I am familiar with the training scene where he's running around in circles. Be sure to follow me for sports takes.
Be sure to follow Wolfie for everything sports and everything 49ers.
Not everything sports, because sports movies.
No sports movies, just the 49ers football. And that's really, he is it on that. But Adrian
was the wife. See, that's not fair. Adrian is a boy's name. That's not fair. Okay. Who names their wife Adrian? Dude?
Strawberry Reacts informs him of she's come up with the answers to the test. Adrian was his wife. Yes, Adrian. Yeah.
I do recall the deep voice, but I think they both had deep voices, the Russian guy and Sylvester Stallone. But and I can hear the "Yo, Adrian." I do hear that sound. I can totally hear Sylvester Stallone saying that.
Yeah, that the Russian guy didn't. He wasn't married to Adrian, or he didn't say Adrian.
He didn't say "Yo, yeah." Okay.
No. That's a Rocky reference. Yeah. He said, "Nah, I don't trust you, bro."
Hey, that means I put all the effort into the NFL 49ers takes.
Yes. All of his attention is that it is 100% you getting the pure unadulterated 49er content. He has not he's not seen Hoosiers, Wayne. He's not seen he doesn't like sports movies. He don't Raging Bull, no Rocky.
He's the guy that gets knocked out in the beginning of like Rocky 3 or something like that, right?
Have you ever heard of Clubber Lane?
No. Clubber Lane?
Yeah.
Is that a character?
Yeah, he had a prediction for the fight. It was pain. They're asking you about who is Apollo. Have you ever heard of Apollo?
Real quick, Strawberry. I know who Sidney Poitier is. I just didn't recognize the name. I recognize the face, though. That's not fair. But who's Apollo? He's the guy who gets knocked out in the beginning of he's Creed's son. Sorry, he's Creed's father. Right?
See? Oh, Wolfie.
Hey, let's go. Let's go, baby. Woo. You need to have me over for movie night. I'll get all of those. Just don't ask me who's Adrian.
Yeah, just stay away from the Adrian questions. The man don't talk about the man wife.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. There are films that obviously I need to see and stuff like that, and I don't know how I got through. I'm 36. Okay, so I don't know if I'm young, but if you want to call me young, I'll take it.
Yeah, you're pretty young. You're very, very young.
But no, I would say these films and I worked at Blockbuster, so you think I'd watch it. But like I said, there's some films I couldn't watch because they were either scratched up or we just didn't have a copy of them. And I just never went on my way to watch these films. But I've seen Rudy in a passerby thing. But like I said, I don't care for Rudy. Really don't. Like, it's not it. Like, especially with when John Montana corrected it, saying that it wasn't real. All that was kind of. I don't like fabrication when it comes to my sports, right? I'm not a guy who's.
You want like, the real actor there. He want the story right.
To come back to it, just because Wayne Brazy wasn't here before, I watch, and I'm not saying like just because you watch these films, you're like, how dare you? I'm not trying to like be above it or whatever. I'm just saying for me personally, I like football because it's in the moment stuff that you don't like just make up because it's Hollywood. It's not Hollywood. It's real. It's real moments in the moment, crazy things that happen that make me go, whoa, dude. And it's like, yeah. In movies, I expect something crazy to happen. I see the comeback happening, or this guy, oh, is he going to make this catch? Oh, he's going to make the catch because he has to, because in the film they need to succeed or whatever. And it's just kind of like, I'm just not a sports guy. What's my favorite football movie? I don't have one, to be honest with you. And I know that's so bad because I like football and I love football and I know how bad it looks, but it's just, I'm more of a real thing kind of type guy when it comes to my sports. Comedies are different. Action films, I expect them to be over the top. You know, dramas. And when it comes to dramas, they got to be a little bit realistic because it's a drama that you need to be immersed in. So I understand the critique I'm getting. I'm not saying like, how dare you guys give me shit for this. Trust me, my entire life, people have given me shit about the Rocky thing, given me shit about the Scarface thing. I've got it all before. Okay, I totally understand where it comes from. But it definitely, especially when I tell them I work at Blockbuster, they're usually like, how?
What did you do at Blockbuster? You must have ate the candy.
I mean, there was there was a bundle there. It was pretty good. $2 you get a soda and a popcorn for $3.
You got the snack list.
No, I made it more of a mission to watch. Go ahead.
He said $2. You get the candy, you get the bundle, you get the what else?
Get all this good stuff, man. And sometimes people wouldn't do it. I'm like, you're crazy. You got a soda and candy already. Save yourself 25 cents. Get yourself a free popcorn. Come on now.
but don't watch those movies. Just get you a bundle. Now, what were you saying, bro? Go ahead.
So I spent more of my time watching seasons of shows, right? And comedies when I was working there. I spent way more time doing that, or new films that came out at the time, because that's really like my job really was to do that.
So what years were you working there?
2010 to 2013. I worked there for 3 years.
At Blockbuster, they were still open in 2010?
They were still open. They were just going through problems at that time. They closed mine. When mine closed down is when I stopped working there. Wow. So mine closed down in 2013.
That might have been one of the last Blockbusters.
It was. We had a pretty good sales there, like, because where I'm from, Tri-Cities, Washington, it's like a desert area, so not much to do. So it's like perfect place for a place like Blockbuster. But yeah, it was probably one of the, I won't say the very last, but it was.
They did a Netflix movie on the very last one. It was in Oregon. A place in Oregon.
I think there's one still up in there's still one I think going right now. I think.
If people go there and rent movies for real.
I think so. I think it's somewhere weird. It's somewhere random. I can't really think of that. Who's your favorite 49er? Mine would have. Oh my God. That's so unfair because having to pick one. It's definitely one of the older ones. It would either be Jerry Rice, Joe Montana. But I guess to answer that question, like if I was in front of Jerry Rice or Joe Montana, who would I freak out the most? Probably Jerry Rice. So I would say Jerry Rice. And I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, but he's just the greatest wide receiver. Some consider the greatest player of all time. What he did is immeasurable. It's something that you'll probably never see. Maybe you will someday, I'm sure, as the game evolves or whatever. But like he's this top tier, like he's the Mount Rushmore. All right, he's on the Mount Rushmore, And the amount of wide receivers that's been in this league that are great or whatever have never been able to take him off that pedestal. He's just the pinnacle of football. He's everything that is football. Joe Montana is great. I love Joe Montana, especially all the moments that he's given us. I've seen the Super Bowls, gone back on YouTube. You can watch them if you want. I did that. I love all the catch, those moments and stuff. But Jerry Rice is just, it's a cop-out answer, but he's just that guy. And he's on our team. It's not just some player I love on some other team. He's the player on our team that we can own as fans and be like, he's the greatest player ever. And it's a debate, right? It's a debate you can have. And so there's some players where you can be like, Tom Brady's the GOAT, and he'd be like, okay, well, I think Joe Montana's better, but it's like I feel like Tom Brady kind of took that pedestal from him. While Jerry Rice, there's like you can argue he's up there with Tom Brady, and he's not even a quarterback. So Jerry Rice is that guy for me. I would say that. But if you wanted to say someone else more recent as of late, it would be Frank Gore. When I first got into football back in 2020, I liked football, but I didn't like jump into it and became obsessed with it and watched it religiously until 2005. Frank Gore got drafted that year, and I've been obsessed with that running back my entire life. So it's kind of there's like a nostalgia to it. So I'm a big
from you,
exactly. And I've just been a fan of Frank Gore. I love his mentality, and he loves the 49ers, respects the 49ers. He loves everything about the 49ers. I love Frank Gore a lot. A lot of people say Patrick Willis. It probably would have been him if he played a little bit longer.
Oh, that's Red Jet. That's Red Jet man right there. Red Jet Chill. She just crazy about some Patrick Willis now. I think she is just enamored. Go ahead and show your picture, Red Jet.
Who's your favorite 49er, my man?
She loves Patrick Willis. That's her guy.
Strawberry says Patrick Willis. Who's yours? You had to pick one. Jerry Rice. Okay, all right.
You see it right behind me. I'll give you
more. I figure you have more posters of other players as well. So
it's just Jerry, Muhammad Ali, and Jordan hanging here.
So you got Jordan over LeBron?
Mm-mm. Of course.
I gave you a cut. I was a Jordan guy for a while, but as of recently, I'm not saying for sure LeBron is better than is over Jordan, of course. But for these past few years, I don't pay attention to basketball, so you could totally discredit my opinion 110%, and I would not hold it against you.
I am.
Exactly. So it's okay. It's all right. But just based on what I've seen from accolades and how long he's lasting and how good he is playing, and I have seen stats recently where he has, even at age almost becoming 40 years old, he has years where he's better now than he was in the 20s, like when he was 20 years old. He's having that great of a – and I think that if you're that good for that long, playing that many games, yeah, you don't have the championships compared to Jordan. I get that. But you have that longevity. And with that longevity, you have consistent performance. And you've won multiple championships. If you told me LeBron was better, I wouldn't argue with it. If you told me MJ was better, I wouldn't argue with it. But I feel like LeBron deserves that credit of like if someone were to say that, okay, he's good. He's a damn good player. He's a Hall of Famer, 1A, 1B type Hall of Fame player. Threading on thin ice with this one. I like how Tarr's like trying to be quiet, being like, okay, I respect it. I respect it.
He's a guest. I'm gonna let it go.
No, shoot,
and plus you're really, really young and I have this debate with the youngsters and some oldsters, but dude, you had to be there. You really had to be there.
You remind me of that guy on TikTok who it became a sound where someone says like Tim Duncan wasn't that great, and then the guy like freaks out and goes, "Oh my God, you don't know how good Tim Duncan was."
And
like loses his mind.
Inside, I'm saying that, but it's not. I tell you what, just in your spare time, in your moments of devotion, in your moments of study, turn YouTube on and just say search LeBron fan watches Jordan highlights for the first time. There are several of them, young ones.
Oh yeah, I grew up with the Jordan action figure and all that.
And you're gonna get kind of what it really was, and why us old guys say there is no argument, there is no competitiveness, there is
okay,
nothing.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit because I feel like there's a fun debate in here somewhere that I won't take too far. I'm not gonna be like try to get you all upset or anything.
Go ahead.
I feel like there's a fun debate in here. I'll play devil's advocate, and I'm sure you've had this argument before.
Please.
What about the years where he wasn't that great? Because there are years where MJ wasn't that great. There are years where he does need a little bit of help to get himself over the top. And there's a time where he stopped playing because he had those 3 straight championships, and then he stopped playing, came back, won 3 again. But then after that, when he came back to the Wizards or whatever in that little time period, he wasn't that great either. So compared to LeBron of constant dominance, like no matter what, through 20 years of it, it's kind of like very Tom Brady-esque. MJ had spurts. And they were just like I'm not, when I say spurts, I don't mean like, they're just good greatness. No, this is like Hall of Fame, greatest of all time, obvious moments. But compared to someone who's constantly great to someone who had spurts of Hall of Fame greatness, how would you assess that to convince a LeBron fan and tell him like, okay, yeah, those were great, but those moments don't matter. Like those moments where he wasn't as great. Like, how would you argue that?
What number does LeBron wear?
23, I think. Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is to?
He also wore number 6 too, I think.
Yeah, he did wear 6 too, but he came in the league wearing 23, right?
Yeah.
You know why he wear that 23?
Because of Michael Jordan. But that doesn't. Yeah, but that doesn't.
And check this out. Do you know how hard it is to three-peat
in basketball?
Yeah,
basketball it'd be easier than football.
I ain't say easier than football. Obviously,
okay, well, I still say
it has been impossible in football. But do you know how hard it is to three-peat?
I would say it's hard. I give you that. I'd say it's pretty hard.
Michael Jordan has 2 three-peats.
Okay.
It's a team game and a team sport, and he has 2 three-peats, 6 championships, 6 MVPs.
All 6 of those championships, he had the same roster though in their prime. He had Scottie Pippen, and then he had what's his other? I can't think of the other guy. The defender.
I know.
Yeah, and those 2 players, the greatest assist player in Scottie Pippen, and then you also had what's his name, Dennis Rodman. There you go, who was considered the greatest defensive basketball player at that time.
He didn't have Dennis Rodman in the first three-peat.
You didn't have the first 3-peat? Okay, so you have that bar, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. LeBron
and he didn't
had all of his attempts. It's all different players.
And he had to go to a different place to get his championships.
But that's not
yeah.
That's not a knock. That's
you had to go. You had to go and join up with some folks to teach you how to win.
Well, that's what Jordan did. The same thing though.
No, they came to Chicago. That's where he was. Muhammad didn't go to the mountain. The mountain came to Muhammad. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, but LeBron. So for example, Tom Brady, right? Everyone was questioning: was Tom Brady the same exact? Was it Bill Belichick or was it Tom Brady? Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay Buccaneers, won a championship, proven to be amazing, right? So you'd be like, okay, and then Bill Belichick kind of fell off a cliff. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, Tom Brady was the benefactor of everything there. Michael Jordan has Phil Jackson for all 6 of those championships, right? I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure he did. So when you have a tandem, the right tandem, kind of like with Andy Reid right now and Patrick Mahomes, things happen. And in basketball, you have 5 players compared to football where you have 22. So what I'm trying to say is with 5 players, while you have an excellent coach, Hall of Fame coach, and in basketball, you have 1 player where you just need 4 guys who do it right.
So is the argument now between Jordan and Tom Brady who was better, or
no, I'm using that as a reference. I'm saying you can have a coach in a sport if you have the right coach and you have the right player. You just need the right people to assist you to get you to those championships. And I'm saying LeBron with multiple different coaches, right? Multiple different talents all across the board, from Lakers, Cavaliers, and Miami Heat, if I remember correctly. He's done it with different types and different kind of situations, different strategies, different everything. He's balled out, and he's been great for all 20 of his years. So I would argue it's almost harder to win championships somewhere else with different coaches and get them over the hump than it is with the same coach and 1 or 2 different players on your team somewhere in the same place. So this is not something I'm obsessed with, by the way. I'm playing devil's advocate because I want to be part of this.
You want to be part of the folklore.
So you would totally stop me in this debate essentially, but I'm trying to come at you with like things that I hear.
I've heard all the arguments. I even wrote a book called Get This in Your Spirit, where I address this topic. And Wolfie, here's the nail in the coffin. Here's all you need to know. In the history of the National Basketball League, as long as Naismith, who developed the game, invented it, there has been one man who has the scoring championship, the regular season MVP, the finals MVP, defensive player of the year, as well as win the championship, as well as win the championship MVP. It's only one dude who's done it, and he did it 4 times.
But okay, I could be wrong. But
Michael Jeffrey Jordan
wasn't the defensive player of the year. Wasn't that I'm pretty sure that was a shocker. People actually thought so. I can't remember what someone else said. Someone else deserved it, and I think wasn't it Charles Barkley who deserved it? Charles Barkley deserved MVP. I think someone got some sort of award over LeBron James, or not LeBron James, but Michael Jordan. There was an award where Michael Jordan got it, and it was supposed to be someone else. Like they were shocked.
Michael Jordan was all defensive NBA for 7 or 8 years straight. Do you understand? He was playing at both ends. As great as he was a scorer, the scoring champion, his defense was as impeccable. He's playing both ways. He's Travis Hunting the league. It won't just give me the points or just give me some assists. No, he played at both ends as spectacular.
But didn't he?
Won and set the record for wins in a season and won the championship.
Well, that's a team sport. That's a team.
Finals MVP.
well, LeBron's won Finals MVP before too, right? Like I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Yeah, he's won that.
He didn't do it 6 times there, Wolfie.
Great, but like at the end of
6 for 6, and he never got swept. And the games never got in the 7-game series. Michael ain't never let it get to 7. You got closed out in 6,
but he has been knocked out in the first round.
In the first round of what? In the finals?
Not the first round of the NBA playoffs. Has he not? Well, I don't think LeBron ever.
Oh yeah, LeBron's been swept.
Yeah, I understand the moments of the championship. I get that. That's incredible. I'll give you that. It's incredible to never be swept. To be 6-0 is phenomenal. But to go to different situations, different head coaches, different strategies with different rosters consistently all the time and play great for 20 straight years, right? And in a league where you're stuck with Kobe Bryant, Shaq is in there too as well, right? Who was the player that when Larry Bird left? Wasn't it Larry Bird and
me for that first title when we
that
beat
Boston team completely obliterated Michael Jordan?
As a Laker fan, you remember the first title he wins in 1991. That was against Magic Johnson and the Los Angeles Lakers, who were favored to win. And they did win the first game, but you know something?
But Magic Johnson was.
There's a new sheriff in town.
I know, but
you got to. You didn't watch Save. You didn't watch The Last Dance, did you? Obviously not. No. Okay.
Oh no, I have actually I have. Believe it or not.
That whole document and you can't see the magic, the dominance of Michael Jordan as opposed to LeBron James.
Well, LeBron James doesn't have his Last Dance, documentary left. And a documentary is supposed to make a player look great. It's supposed to make a player look legendary. So I wouldn't say a documentary makes him the GOAT. Do I think it's crazy? Do I love the hard line where he says, "And I took it personally"? Do I like that line? Yes, that's a great line from that documentary. But I don't know. I feel like personally, and I love, like I said, this is just a friendly debate thing, and I'm not trying to get you heated or anything like that, into it.
No, you ain't getting me heated. I'm just letting you make your superfluous arguments.
And I think the great argument that I made was going different some more places.
It was just nothing like this dude. I can't tell you how great The Godfather was because you just don't do The Godfather. I can't tell you how great this guy was because you just don't do that. But this guy over here will tell you. And you told me how great you thought he was. Ask Jerry who's the greatest. He'll tell you.
Oh, well, I mean, he's allowed to have his opinions. I mean, of course.
Okay, well, if you just can respect what Jerry is, Jerry used to go to Jordan's games. Do you like Barry Bonds?
Yeah, I'm not really a baseball type guy, but I know who he is.
Barry Bonds is being probably one of the greatest home run hitters ever.
But did he take steroids or something like that? And he's got banned from.
Okay, enough said. I'm good.
What?
I'm good.
Did I bring up something?
I'm good.
You brought Barry Bonds. How am I not supposed to bring that up if we're talking about a credit to somebody?
I'm good. Anybody worth their salt who knows what they're talking about will tell you why this guy is just a lethal champion, and just he didn't let anybody get anything. Oh, yeah. LeBron had people that the Golden State Warriors would take a couple championships from LeBron. So would the Dallas Mavericks. So would the San Antonio Spurs. Nobody's taking anything from Jordan. You get nothing, and you will have nothing. I will dominate you. It
did that in the first round.
It was dominant performances every time that Jordan stepped on there, and you just gotta just take a beat in your time, watch the tape, and you'll see what I mean. You'll see a great difference between that of LeBron and this of Michael Jordan, and you'll come to realize some things. I ain't mad at you. You kind of gotta see it. You kind of gotta understand that. And there was some great players at the time. Charles Barkley, a wonderful player. Patrick Ewing, Reggie Miller, all of them. Y'all ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, I haven't really
23 on the scene.
I've heard of Charles Barkley, of course, and stuff like that. I heard Charles Barkley is the Dan Marino of the basketball at the time.
And you know who made him Dan Marino? Number 23.
I don't know. I could see why somebody would say one or the other. I truly do, because they both did greatness stuff, and I wish that we can go back. And,
there you go, Ellison. MJ stopped people from getting rings. if basketball is winning and winning is basketball, that's what this
he didn't
guy
stop
does.
the Boston Celtics.
Really?
Am I wrong? Even I know that.
Who else was getting the rings?
I appreciate you for that info.
Who else was getting the rings if he's getting the ring?
But you're saying he stopped greats from getting it. That was like if he beat the Celtics, from what I heard, who are like this great team and stuff like that, you're saying he stops the greats. They should have stopped the Celtics. So
he did. He was in the league with the Celtics.
That wasn't until
he was winning the championships.
No, didn't like the Celtics win like 2 or 3 or something at point, and then he finally beats them until like the very end. Like there was like in like the 90s or something like that when it started.
Do you get he got 2 3-peats?
I understand that, but the Celtics still beat Michael Jordan in the 80s. Stopping him from
what is a couple of the Celtics before he starts becoming the champion and puts a stronghold on everything.
Whoa. LeBron was great from the moment he stepped on the field.
LeBron was losing chips. He was losing to the Celtics. He was losing those chips when he went to the championship.
He stopped greats from rings, though, so you can't. But the argument is stop greats from getting rings. So if you're going to say that, then you could obviously say that about LeBron, because LeBron couldn't do that either.
LeBron ain't stopped Jason Terry. There you go, Jason Terry. He didn't stop. What's Dirk Nowitzki. He didn't stop Tim Duncan. He didn't stop all the other people. Steph Curry and them got him. KD done got him.
How old?
I'm saying Jordan didn't let them do anything.
How old was Jordan when he played for the Wizards? And I know it was like early 2000.
40.
Wasn't it 38? I think it was 38.
That's close to 40. I mean, I don't...
it matters because LeBron is 38 or something like that, and he's potentially might go on to win another championship this year.
Okay. Look, LeBron wins the old as hell. I can be good award, but I'm saying in the tomb of greatness and dominance for your prime, it ain't nothing touching 23, the real 23, the original 23. And they call him 23 because it's 2 3-peats.
That's because you like that number. I see the irony though. I do. I'm just poking at it, man. I'm just poking at it. Like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here, trying to get that debate because I think it'd be a fun debate. I'm having a great time. Hope you're having a great time. But when Khalil says LeBron didn't make the playoffs in his first seasons, well, yeah, even I know that Celtics team was straight garbo. Not Celtics, but Cavaliers, Cleveland Cavaliers was straight garbo. Even I knew that. So, of course, he didn't make the playoffs for 2 seasons. Like, the same thing with Michael Jordan. Just need the right pieces to get him over the top. Same thing with LeBron. Needs the right pieces to get him over the top. That's basketball, man. That's basketball. Like, you can't just have one player and you're going to win the championship because there's going to be someone else who has 2 good players while you're one great player. You just double cover that guy. You're fine, and then he's been eliminated from the game. Okay?
Yes.
It takes having good players around you to win championships, whether you like it or not. If it was as simple as having just one great player, I think LeBron and Michael Jordan would have more championships than they already have now. I get that. But the one thing that just makes me just kind of, so we can end this this conversation now. What makes me think that, okay, why someone can debate it and it's like, okay, it's 1A, 1B, is the fact that LeBron was able to go somewhere else with different coaches and with different strategies, with different approaches.
LeBron is the scoring champion. LeBron has scored more points than anybody in NBA history. It is longevity. It is wonderful. But I'm telling you, in terms of greatness, ain't nobody was better than this one. Well, nobody was.
Well, he had Scottie Pippen to help give him the ball. He had Dennis Rodman.
Scottie Pippen isn't. Scottie Pippen ain't Shaquille O'Neal in those
awards.
You act like Scottie Pippen was the
he wasn't a bum.
He wasn't a bum, but nobody was saying when Scottie Pippen was coming out of Central Arkansas right? Nobody was even saying Scottie Pippen's name is, oh, this guy. Once you get this guy, your team is going to change forever. Scottie Pippen was a great, great, great ball player. But dude, it wasn't like you had Scottie Pippen was 7 feet, 2 inches, 400. He won't Wilt Chamberlain.
All right. let me just finish why I think that. Okay, just real quick. So there's that's it. Different schemes, different coaches. Okay, this is why I think that. And I told you, like 3 or 4 years ago, I thought clear as how people are saying LeBron's better is freaking wild to me. But what took me over the top to where I'm like, I don't care either one. I won't have that debate anymore. Is the fact that he's been so fucking good. I'm going to curse for 4 hours in. I don't think it's going to matter. So fucking good for the past 20 years, all the way up to
he's almost
40.
That is amazing.
He's playing. This is literally Tom Brady level of what the F. Going all the way to 45 playing quarterback is insane. Look at Aaron Rodgers. He's completely fallen apart before he turns 40. Before he turned 40.
Yeah.
40. But Michael Jordan kind of teetered off a little bit, which is okay. And then it doesn't take you away from the GOAT conversation. But LeBron, always great. Always amazing. And that's something I feel like you got to give. Like, if he teetered off, I would probably still argue Jordan for sure. I'm like, it's clear as day. But for now, I don't watch enough basketball.
When LeBron gets to his 6th ring
Kobe's
or his first three-peat, let me know.
That's wild.
That's
his 6th repeat? Okay. So
yeah.
So if he gets
get to his 6th ring.
6th ring? Okay. Well, that's the thing. He's about to turn 40, and he might actually do that. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, if he can do that, we'll have another discussion.
Okay.
But it won't be 2 3-peats, and it won't be to a level of dominance that Michael Jordan did. It simply cannot be. It will not happen. He might win a couple more, but you got to go back and watch the tape. Just watch the tape. Just watch some Jordan highlights where you'll understand more what I'm talking about. You need to.
Well, he might.
And I'll tell you another thing. The kids will not line up at 2:00 in the morning to get the LeBron shoes 35 years after he finished playing.
It's a different time, different kind of type of advertisement. That's different, man. Like you got all kinds of stars with all kinds of shoes and things like that. What Jordan did is something I don't feel like LeBron can do with the shoes, because the shoes was such a, especially in that time of age, in that time, I feel like that's a different. That was just the right time to come out with a new shoe, and him being the one guy who represented that brand itself, right? I think he was the first person to do it with Adidas, right? Was it Adidas or was it Nike?
Let's go,
Nike.
gentlemen.
It was Nike. He was the first person to do it that, and he
yeah, it was Adidas.
So I think that it was Nike.
Tell Mike, yeah, the Adidas.
He started Nike. He kicked off Nike. So I'm saying like what he did was different. There's no shoe brand that he can take over LeBron can and be like, let me just do this. Especially in this time in this day and age. I don't think that would work. So yeah. We're talking about shoes now. That's different. Now you're talking about shoes. Okay, now we're talking about shoes. You want to talk about shoes? Greatest shoes ever were World Industries skateboard shoes. Best shoes ever. So
you know what? I gotta let this go. Wolfie, it has been a pleasure. I hope y'all were very much entertained. We covered a couple of mock drafts. I will have them posted for later. And you can reach Wolfie on Wolfie. Wolfie, when do you have a set schedule, or do you just get up and howl, or tell us when? Tell us when you get busy, man.
I go live just about every single day. I make videos just about every single day. Try to be engaging as I can with people in comments and stuff. I am going to go live probably again later today. Definitely gonna go live tomorrow. But yeah, man, I don't have a set time. I usually just usually sometimes I have set times, but I let people know in the post like, hey, I'm gonna get up like for example, this show Thursday at 9, stuff like that. If you want to do a set time from now on, I'm totally up for it. We can figure something out if you want.
Oh, Wolfie, me and you, man. Anytime, you my dude, man. I'm crazy about some Wolfie.
Hey, man, I think you're great too, man. Like I feel like the chemistry is great and stuff like that. We click really well. 4-hour shows don't happen every single day, so that's all I'm saying. I'm starving too, but yeah, man. Anytime, I'll let you guys know.
What you gonna eat? What you gonna order?
I'm gonna make some food, and it's a little boring, but maybe some leftover spaghetti and some garlic bread.
Spaghetti. I mean,
I'm a homemade kind of guy. I make
day-old spaghetti is incredible. The oregano and the peppers sink in, and it makes it
exactly. Even all right. You know how to cook. Like usually, it's like for others, like soup, for example, gets better because the same thing.
Oh yeah,
like
it marinates. It marinates itself. Yeah,
exactly. Yes, you know what's up. That's why I'm at home cook kind of type guy. Saves money. And I know how to cook. I cook for myself all the time.
I throw down too, man. I was thinking about doing a steak Diane tonight. I'm man. YouTube and my ingenuity. I do steak Diane. I do filet mignon. I'll do some jerk chicken, Caribbean chicken, curry chicken. I do turkey burgers. I do a lot of stuff, man.
Okay.
That'll be another cooking show. You had
So we dive in a lot more because we'll be here for another 2 hours, man, talking about food.
We'll go into food.
We both cook. So, but that's what I'm doing, man. And for everyone else who watches me on my channel, man, if you guys are watching, be sure to subscribe to Tarrerdome. He's an awesome guy, man. He does the draft. If you love movies, he's your guy as well, man. Make sure you watch Rocky and Scarface before you engage.
Yes.
Great content, great guy, great vibes, and that's what it's all about when we do these shows.
Sir.
That's what's all about, and he does that. So be sure, subscribe to this guy, show support.
Thank you so much, Wolfie, man. It has been a pleasure. Thank you, Golden Domers. Thank you, Wolfpack. This has been wonderful. More to come. And remember, everyone, we walk by faith and not by sight. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank y'all so much.